In the night, so cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold, hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold, dated bands rapping, stories untold. With rockets through your AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade only never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings spinning on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with their AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts, midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Yeah. Rocket scooter, yeah. What's up, friends? Good morning. Hit the like button. Yeah. What's up, guys? And I feel as if my camera is like a little... Oh! I know why it's like this. I got rid of the banner thing. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I have to put it back in there. You know, the little blue banner with the stars and everything that was like over here. Greetings. Good morning. All right. Starting off brand new trading week. This crazy week we had. Crazy recovery. Had markets turning around as of last month, beginning of April. No more circuit breakers, no more craziness. Trump's working out all the trade deals. Market couldn't be any more hopeful. Yeah. Greetings. All right, what's up? Good morning. Simon Dean, Little Blue, Aaron, Brian, Jim, Daniels, Jessica Kennedy, Stu, Victor, Francesco, Little Blue, Mike, Victor, our brand new mod. Banned half the community in a single day, setting a new rocket scooter record. Excellent. Lee Media, Sport to the Rescue, and Trader Jake, good morning. Yo, what's up, Sam? What's up, Gary? All right. What's cooking? Ken, good morning. Okay. It's gonna be a fun trading week. Looks like we're already tapping lower DD bands today. Market opened up, hit that MHP, sold off. Looks like overnight we're kind of sitting near the lows. This could end up being one of those mini correction weeks. I'm not saying sell-off weeks, like really bad, but a week where the progression, the upside stops going higher highs at least. I felt the end of last week feeling very short squeezy. I can feel the difference. There wasn't a lot of momentum on the long side. There wasn't a lot of really strong presses to highs. The market would just dip and then people would grab that dip and cover their shorts. You know, that's basically what we're seeing. I don't think anything at all really stopping the momentum, but we haven't really opened above MHP a lot either on the equity side, which is preventing there from being a lot of like very large bullish momentum, right? The monthly options right now are still kind of sitting in a place where the market's stable where it is and inching higher, like obviously retracing to the middle, waiting to see if Trump does come out with some trade deals. Any moment in time, news could come out. And the news that's going to come out can only be good. Only there's any, with both sides wanting to de-escalate things, I don't think other than maybe a rumor or a scare that there's going to be any kind of re-escalation of things. And that's just me thinking like a trader, right? Usually the rule is if they want it to happen, it's going to happen, right? So yeah, sideways to sideways down-ish as people are finally going to start taking profits, or those big, you know, 530, 520 QQQ calls start to expire. People start unwinding their hedges. You know, a lot of people are very advantageous as far as like, there's very opportunistic as far as like trying to jump in on this next big rally. But we just kind of retraced to the middle. And, you know, the big options trade that I had, I left a tiny little runner on there. I had a 50K basically investment. I doubled my money on the run up. And it was like Wednesday or Thursday where I just basically sold almost everything and let the little tiny runner on because I was going to run out of time. I chose May the 9th as my date. And with Fed this week on Wednesday, it's going to be really hard to guess that, you know, I don't have a 50-50 shot of losing everything, right? I saw that after Apple and Amazon earnings went down, even though the earnings are great, stocks went down. Then Microsoft and Meta went way up. And then, you know, we didn't get a lot of momentum from that. I saw the end of the road. And so I basically cashed out a majority of my trade with about 100%-ish gain and just left a runner. It's probably going to expire, where the runner was only like 5K worth of options. So not much at all. I don't think we're going to hit my 510 and 505 QQQ by Friday of this week, and maybe not Friday of next week if Fed turns us the other way around. I don't think the Fed's going to do anything. I don't think the Fed's going to raise rates, cut rates, nothing. I don't think the Fed's going to do anything all year, as a matter of fact. My speculation last December was when the Fed made their statement that we would shut down their quick path to cutting rates like 4 times or whatever, that the dot plot was split. We'd only see 2 rate cuts this year, and then likely no more change. And then they started talking about the trade war. My bet was that they're going to change 0. And I've been right every month because we've seen 0 rate cuts. And I think we will see 0 rate cuts because the Fed doesn't need to do anything. As a matter of fact, they can't do anything. Their hands are tied. So when this trade war goes into effect, the last thing the Fed wants to be doing is accelerating the stock market and cutting rates and all that stuff. Basically, when you raise rates, you start, the end effect is one of the things you pile debt on the people as you know, banks when you lower rates, banks are more incentivized to lend money out to other banks, which lend money out to you and things like that. And so that really kind of stimulates the credit market. You don't want a lot of people building up a lot of debt on things with inflation, because that bubble builds pretty quick, right? So they don't want to do anything. The 2-year below the Fed funds effective rate, which typically precedes recessions. As Stu was saying, the Fed should cut rates, but they likely won't due to tariff uncertainty. Yep, that's exactly where we are. Their hands are tied. 100%. Their hands are tied. They got to wait to make sure nothing happens. And then once they have nothing happening, essentially when nothing's happening with the trade war is like fully, on the sideline, not happening anymore, they will slowly cut rates as their plan was to do. Just to slowly cut rates. And again, they don't need to. The market is kind of healing itself. If you really look at the data, nothing's getting worse. Company earnings are coming out good. I mean, it's hard to see anything getting worse in this environment. What about sell the news? Feels like there's a run-up came with no concrete news. Well, think about this, Pistol. You're right, but take it one step further. Not just the run-up came with no news. The run-up came with substantial news, actually. The promise that they're going to work out trade deals is all that it takes. Remember, Wall Street's pricing in rumors and sells the news, and that was the rumor, right? So we're like rallying, and all of a sudden Trump takes office. We're talking about tariffs, okay? The market dumped even before Liberation Day, right? And we had tariffs and Liberation Day somewhere in there. And all of a sudden, the rumor that, we got pause for 90 days, maybe no tariffs with a lot of these countries, will work out a deal, and maybe we'll work things out with China. All of a sudden, we're here again, right? So this was substantial rumor based on we're cutting the trade war. This is substantial crash on we're going to have a trade war. So the market it's the only bad news in the market. Therefore, it's the only good news the market cares about. So right now, the market is very healthy otherwise, While GDP data did reflect, tariffs, once they go away, that's repaired overnight. The GDP data isn't bad based on like people getting fired or companies, having logistical problems or whatever, or sales even being down. I mean, it's basically based on the tariffs causing these problems. And so they can't afford stuff, but they're still able to manage to stay alive. So the question is, right now, this stock market is literally tariff market. That's it. All your bets need to align yourself with the rumors of what's going to happen. And when the narrative can be spun by people that want the stock market to go up, as a trader, you lean to the side of what's the narrative going to be? Take it one step further. The powers that be do not want the stock market to crash. How bad would that make Trump look for the stock market to crash? His whole thing was making fun of Obama, saying it was his fault, the market crash and whatever, and Biden as well. His whole thing is he wants to walk out a glorious leader, flexing his muscles and Mr. America kind of thing. The last thing he wants to do is have any of his agendas crash the stock market and be, public enemy number one, causing unemployment and waves of unemployment, to leave office in 4 years with that kind of legacy. So you must understand that Trump's ego allows him to press this big, giant, shiny red button on his desk to end all of this madness in a single moment, the moment he decides he wants to. And he will. And that's one thing I know as a trader. And as a trader, you guys have to remember, you have to understand where that momentum comes from and the motivations of those that can cause it. Trump will not let the stock market crash. And that's where your bet as a smart trader needs to lie. And if he lets it crash, that goes against everything we know about Trump. Just imagine he's an egomaniac. Love him or hate him. We all agree with that. People that love him because he's an egomaniac. He's hilarious. He's funny. He gets stuff done. And other people that hate him think that he's a madman. He's not. He's just doing stuff for his ego. But at the end of the day, he's doing stuff to make money also. And he wants his legacy to be that the stock market rallied all-time highs, because he said it all back in the day. I had the biggest growth in stock market history. He's not going to want to be second place this time around, even to himself. So that's what you got to think. The market is so quick to price in the idea of what I'm saying, because all the smarter traders out there see the same thing. Don't fight Trump. That's where we are. So right now, the market may relax a little bit leading into Fed, because people are, kind of the lesser smart traders are like, okay, well, Fed could be a big deal. Fed's likely not going to be a big deal. It's very predictable. But the market may, even though it's not that big of a deal and very predictable, the market may sell off pretty hard on expected news because the market needs some reason to move. And since we've kind of like, market fell out and we rallied up really hard and everybody's buying calls for like up here to become millionaires overnight, it would mean, make a whole lot of sense for them to flush everybody out and destroy their options on theta before we even got there. So we're overdue for a flush day as I've been watching the rapid decay in my options position. Even though we've been rallying up, I made money and then the delta gain on my options was equal to the theta loss. So even though the market would go up 1% a day, I still wasn't making any gains on my options. So that's the point I decided to sell. But, one theta burn day to nuke everybody's monthly calls in QQQ is probably what we'll see. So I'm anticipating that the Fed's going to come out with like nothing. And Jay Powell's going to say nothing, but the market's still going to respond by maybe selling off for a day. For the rest of this week, probably going to be fine at like flat to up and ranged, as in there is no momentum and no reason for the markets to move. But we're going to wake up, look at the liquidity maps, baby, and see what we got going forward and then work off of what we got. Did I take the lower DD band? No, siree. Not doing anything. S&P close to lower DD, which is good. Let's get our cheat sheets and handouts out here. I kind of could take lower DD band, huh? Let me start the morning off. Dare I? Just for like funsies. We are here now. ED ratio is going to be greater than half. Why don't I just plant one and then if I take $1,000 loss at the open, I'll probably just take $1,000 loss at the open. Hang tight, guys. My Rocket Scooter platform, I'm going to reboot it real quick. Don't go anywhere. You guys are getting it. As a trader, your job isn't to guess the market. As a trader, your job is to guess the people. And whether it's trying to figure out what other traders are doing or trying to figure out the players that can make the market move, your goal is to outsmart the people in the market and outsmart the people that can move the market. It's really kind of the trick here. What's up, guys? Good morning. Nothing Burger Wednesday, yeah, probably. Are you planning to show your results on those options trades? I posted I guess I could. I posted some things about it like that day or those days. You can see, I think like 2 or 3 consecutive days I posted what my gains were those days. So you saw the gains were like 10, 20 and 20 and yada, yada. So, but yeah, I'll do in the boot camp, I'll go through like a little thing and then talk about it and show you guys my trade. Morning, Matt. Hope you had a great weekend. Thank you, Don. You too. Hope you had a great weekend. Trim Trader says, I seem to be smarter than the average guy, but the FundedNext doesn't take any cut of the profits. How are they making money and be able to stay in business? So think about it like this, right? Profit split has nothing to do with actual profits. Profit split in a sim funded account is not even profit split because there's not even real money involved. If you're really trading a real account, they take a profit split. But in these trader funding programs, it's sim funded. So basically, you're still trading a paper account and they pay you for your progress. So a profit split is just them not paying you as much. They're not actually taking anything from it. There's no actual profit, if that makes sense. So with that being said, how would a company staying in business? Yeah, FundedNext. We'll talk about those guys today. A too good to be true, amazing rules across the board. End of the day, drawdown account that's here to trade, to compete directly with Tradeify's growth account. And it's slightly more expensive as the downside, but there's no profit split. There's no payout windows. There's no activation fees, and they give you bonuses from your challenge phase once you get the payout. So they have essentially redesigned the end of the day drawdown experience, which you guys know is my bread and butter. I told you guys, anytime I find an end of the day drawdown account, that's all I trade. I won't trade anything else. I'm a spoiled boy. I will only trade EOD. Trailing drawdown, I won't touch that ever again. I hate that stuff. So how they stay in business is basically their risk model. The more important rule with them is they allow DCAing, which all you guys should be happy about. That's why we like Tradeify. That's why we like FundedNext now. FundedNext is an equivalent to Tradeify. Right like at the top, like right at par. That's why immediately I was like, why was everybody buzzing about these guys? And I was reading the rules. I was like, okay, this is crazy. But hopefully they're not launch rules that are like really, really nice and then they change the rules later to make them like less cool. But either way, it doesn't matter to use a trader. Milk the launch rules as much as you can. It's code Rocket for them. So it's not Rocket Scooter. They didn't have 10 letters. Very sad they couldn't do Rocket Scooter. They have to do less than 10 letters for that. Keep evidence of your rationale for DCAing. Yep, I got a screenshot of it. Is it safe to say the DD ratio is the overall market trend for a certain security? For all, yeah. So William, the DD ratio is it's the overall trend of all the stocks in the S&P as a whole. So basically, it's a market cap weighted indicator that looks at the tilt of the S&P stocks, bullish or bearish. Is most of the market cap bullish or bearish? So with it being greater than half, then it's kind of tilting more bullish. So yeah. So you're pretty much, you almost had it, yeah. It's the overall market trend for the stocks in the basket, not any specific security. So if you're trading like S&P futures or NASDAQ futures, it's good to know what the stocks in the S&P are doing. They do have a 90-10 split after the 10K, but don't currently offer live accounts. Are you talking about the FundedNext guys? Is it doesn't say profit split anywhere on the futures side, so I couldn't find anything. They have profit split on their Forex side, but the futures side, I didn't see anything. So make sure that when you look on there, you look at just the futures rules. They're actually very drastically different. Actually, I asked these guys. Let me see if they call it performance reward, not a payout. Yeah. So they said, let me see. I asked them. Remember what they said? Yeah, for futures, it's 100% no splits, no caps. Your P&L stays. Oh yeah, no payout caps either. This is why people are excited, because it's like no payout caps, no profit splits, nothing. Is that on the futures side, Little Blue? Do you have a link to that? Because I asked them to clarify, and they said keep 100% of your gains, literally, in capital letters. That's what they told me. All right, let me look it up. Thank you, bud. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out all the... Yeah, 5 trading days. After completing 30 days, traders can withdraw 100% of their performance reward. You can only take 50% in the first 30 trading days and up to 100%. Once a trader's withdrawn amount reaches $10,000. Oh, okay. So after $10,000 per account, they adjust it to 90-10. Oh, that's cool. So keep your first 10,000. That's a common rule, I guess, with most of these firms. But they said keep 100% of your gains. Let me ask these guys. Says 20%. Keep 100% of your first 10K. That's good. I like a lot of the firms do that. Tradeify did that as well. I think it's keep 100% of your first 6K or 10K or something. I'm going to Tradeify the same thing, and then they take 10%, 15K. It was 15K, wasn't it, with Tradeify? Yeah, something like that. Yep. Yeah, now they take $300 from every 3,000 I withdraw from them. So plus the cap how many accounts you have. Yeah, so that's what they do to lower their risk. Somebody asked, what do they do in the stand business? Well, they cap your number of accounts. So you can do 300K total in any combination that you want. 650K accounts, 100K accounts, etc. So basically, You know, those of you might be doing like 650 accounts or something. Might be easiest way to do it. And their max positions are limited, but trim trader, you're right. But remember, the trick is with the max positions, that isn't even needed. Like I only trade like 2 or 3 contracts at the most. I don't need, 30 or 40 contracts. And they only give like 5 contracts total, but that's perfect because that keeps you from blowing up. I think that they don't understand their own risk model. They're giving you only 5 contracts to trade. They're actually doing you a favor by limiting how much you can size up on. By giving traders 15 contracts, the prop firms are baiting you to trade harder than you should. People blow up because they're going to try to go in and average in and average in and average in. So I think giving somebody, like I think if you're a smart prop firm, you should give people as many contracts they want because they will blow up so quick. So I was looking at that and I was like, that's kind of cool that they actually only limit you to 5 total, because then you actually are forced to use risk management. So like, yeah, as you know, bro, that's like the perfect amount, right? 5 is more than we need, but that is one of the things so that is one of the things that are make them different as well. But it's nice to have a relatively inexpensive end of the day account that lets you keep 100% of your payouts, gives you bonuses and all that. So it's kind of nice. End of the day is all I care about these days. It's by far the easiest to make money on. Trailing drawdown like Apex and stuff, Apex is slowly going to die. The new models, end of the day and straight to funded models, companies are realizing that's the hot thing now. And like traders like me are promoting them so heavily because the risk rate for you as a trader is so low. Trailing drawdown, it actually is designed to make you lose because of volatility, make you lose because you hold on to a gain too long. And so it exploits 2 very strong weaknesses in traders. End of the day drawdown, you basically buy your way out of that weakness. So imagine holding a trade and the market goes way up. You make $10,000 and then it falls. You only made $7,000, but you busted the account. Like that's what a stupid thing. Looks like my pre-market DD band long is up. I grabbed it in 2 of my accounts with the contract. We are at the lower DD band. Let me go ahead and I'll take free $500. Free $500. It's $1,000. Let me just chill on that. I was just trying to scout back to the same part of the range from lower band. You signed up for the boot camp. Brandon, what's up, man? We start again next Monday, but we still meet every day this week just to talk about like trade plans and stuff. How many accounts can you have at the same time? So 300,000 total max with FundedNext. So basically you can mix and match however you want. So as long as the total of the accounts is 300,000, you're good. So you can do 6 times 50, 3 times 100. 3 times 100 is probably what a lot of people will do, but 6 times 50 gives you more granularity. Remember, when you split your accounts up, you can use them to split your risk up instead of copy trading, which is what I teach you to do. And so the more accounts, the more granularity you have to enter in different places. Other than that, you have to lever up higher in the other accounts. 6 times 50 might be perfect for you guys. So, the account fee is a flat fee, not a monthly charge during the eval. That's right. So there is no monthly eval. That's even better. That was another thing that I was reading. When I was reading the rules, everything about them seemed like intentionally targeting each of their competitors to try to beat them slightly in every category, which is kind of nice. And on the downside is they're a little more expensive, but all the rules are golden. And that's kind of the difference is that I think that after the 5% we get off of them, it's like maybe 400 something, 420, 410 bucks or something per account for 100K. Relative to like Tradeify's growth, which is about maybe 270 after the activation fee and growth, about like 270 in Tradeify. So what does the extra, $170 get you? And it's all these immaculate, rules, that everyone's talking about. So, it's not a monthly fee. It's a one-time fee. There's no activation fee. So that's the difference. The other ones, they're cheaper, but you might have like, monthly fees and stuff. So yeah, I'm excited. I mean, with the prop firms, every time you get to max profit and then they get you your live account. Like I'm about to go live with Tradeify. I'm sure in the next month or 2, I'll hit all my profit targets and go live with them. Then I won't be able to trade the evals anymore. So I got to, as I keep collecting these live accounts, I got to find a prop firm that meets my standards. So it's kind of nice to find another one that has all the stuff I like to do. I hate eval stage. It's one thing I don't like. hate evals, but I mean, not too bad. And they have 40% consistency rule, which I thought was pretty cool too. 40% is pretty nice. You know, the Top Step has 50%, Tradeify has 20. So the downside is that Tradeify's consistency rule, well, 20 is on the straight to funded. The growth in Tradeify, I think, is 35%. So FundedNext came in at 40, which consistency rule lowers your time in markets and get your profit faster. What's our NASDAQ band today? Bottom band is 19,987 today. Or 19,986. There you go. Thank you, Jonathan. Seems like my funded futures has better rules. They all have really good rules. I mean, my fund, like, I'm gonna tell you, my funded futures top tier, Top Step top tier, Tradeify top tier, TBT top tier, FundedNext top tier. These are all very high tier as far as they all look really good. I like them. And so each one of them are gonna have different, like, fine tune, like which role is the role that you like the best. 40% consistency is amazing if you like to take big runners and you know, big trades, because you know, Tradeify with 20%, some of my accounts, you know, that needed 9,000 profit target had to get like 30,000 profit target because I made 6,000 on an accident in a single day. So, you know, 20% really makes you have to stay in the game longer to get your payouts. The smaller the percentage is more time in the market, right? The difference between splitting risk between accounts or just sitting down and copy trade because of the opportunity cost of how much it costs to lose the account. So an example is like right here. If I had a pivot here on my screen, I'm drawing it in a pivot here, and markets are falling like this, and this has 20 points of drawdown. And if I had my normal trading account, I could long maybe one contract and then hold through this and then long with 4 more there, right? I can do this to get a cost basis somewhere in the middle in case it does rally. All right, so I'll do that in my normal futures account. But with the prop firm account, because everything works on a discrete basis, every account is seen as its own identity. So instead of trading multiple contracts at different events, I'll trade account number 1 here, and then accounts 2 through 5 here. That way, one account takes the bulk of the per point risk. The rest of the accounts are tied on my stop. So at the end of the day, one account, and say that I calculate this amount of drawdown and say, oh, you know, I can't go any more than 2 contracts or I'll bust this account. Okay, let me do one account at 1 contract. And these guys, you know, this is the last part I want to enter in. Okay, so these guys, now pretend this is an MHP because we wouldn't be longing here if MHP wasn't there, but forget MHP, just pretend it's 2 made up targets. And so I do 1 at 1, and I can look here and say, oh, these accounts both have a lot of room to move. So maybe I'll do like 3 in each one of those. And so one account is the risk here with the small position. The rest of the accounts have risk here with a bigger position. And why a bigger position? Because maybe this account is only up $6,000 on its $9,000 target, and these accounts are up $32,000. So these accounts have more buffer to play with, so I can take more risk in them in that particular way. So Lee, does that make sense here? My accounts are all different sizes. So because of that, when I can, or if I want to take a riskier trade, if the trade's very volatile, I might decide to take the 1 contract. Maybe this one might be like, you know what, I don't care if I blow up, I'll reset it. Or in the event that the drawdown's really big or the volatile's really big, maybe I'll trade 1 account with my 30,000 buffer because this can afford $30,000 of drawdown. And I'll wait my accounts that don't have a lot of buffer and I'll put them right on the edge. So you can use that as a strategy to take the accounts that have more leeway to take a little more risk than the accounts that don't. What I think about take profit, any good? Yeah, they're awesome. I've never personally used them because I haven't had a chance to, but they're on the list of ones to use. I'm dedicating myself to my Tradeify goal that I'm going to move from prop firm to prop firm this year. But they are a fan favorite here. You guys love them. So Lee, does that make sense why splitting the accounts up? Mostly because the accounts have different rules at a certain point. And the example earlier, if 1 account with my Tradeify is at 6,000, it still has end of the day drawdown because it hasn't passed the buffer. But if I have an account that has 30,000 in buffer, it has no drawdown rules whatsoever. It can lose the whole 30,000. So I can take a little bit more risk in this account than I can in these accounts. They're almost like two separate kinds of accounts at that point. Yeah, so because I split my accounts up, I have different kinds of accounts to trade. Right now, all my accounts are outside of the buffer. But some of them have a lot more than others, right? So any of these risky pre-market, whatever moves, or, DD band or something like this, we've broken MHP. It's a little bit riskier. Both of these accounts are my bigger accounts. I just threw one contract long at it, and we can do that again just for funsies. But I don't like opening near the lower band, but we'll see. Let's just do one more for fun. Just one. I may give back that $500, but that's okay. Market opening in 20 minutes, guys. Don't forget to hit the like button. You're going to eval and take profit, 1,000 more to go. Ahmad, oh, good job, man. Well, hopefully you get that, man. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, and Lee, it's the same thing. If you size down, it's also an equivalent option, yeah. But just remember, each account also has consistency rules, okay? So imagine this. It also exploits the consistency rule to split your risk up. Imagine you long here, and you're also going to long here. And the market, you hit this long, and then it falls, and you hit this long, and then it goes to there, and you close out. You have very good control over these accounts for the consistency rule. If you split your accounts up, and the market just like blasts up like this, then one of the accounts will bust consistency. I mean, sorry, your last entry might bust consistency, your first entry won't. So splitting your accounts up also gets around the consistency rule sometimes, because if all of your accounts were in the same spot, all of them would bust consistency maybe, unless you size down tremendously on all of them. So remember, splitting your risk up allows you to not take as big of a gain in some of your accounts too. One by one versus, 4 by 3, 4 accounts at 3 contracts, 1 at 1. The market does this and rallies up because this was a smaller position and this was a bigger position. These are going to bust your consistency, but at least this one won't. So that also helps you. Right? When you split your accounts up and the market just spontaneously rallies in a direction, you make this huge amount of money. You're not making that huge amount of money in all your accounts. Imagine all of your accounts breaking your 20% or whatever percent consistency. Now all of your accounts, you got to trade longer. Every single payout cycle with Tradeify, I would only get like $6,000 or $3,000 or $6,000. I'd only take payouts on like 2 accounts or 3 accounts, never all 5 at once. But every single cycle, I'm getting payouts. Now that cycles are gone, I'm just getting a payout every 10 days now. So it's kind of like, because they're cycled, it's nice. I'm never blowing up all accounts at once. I'm never in like, it's very easy to manage consistency. So I actually keep track of that too. One of my accounts may be right on the edge of consistency. So that's the one that just needs to make a nice solid base hit. Okay, that's the one I'm going to scalp at liquidity pockets today, as an example. If some of them need to make, some of them went over and I made 6,000, I need to make 24,000 more because of the damn consistency rule. Okay, those are the ones I'm going to hit hard. Ooh, MHP's in the way. Bam, I'm going to hit that account. I'm going to hit those with 3 or 4 contracts at MHP because I got to make a big gain off of those. You see what I'm saying? So when you split your accounts up, you don't copy trade them, you get a lot more flexibility on how you can basically game their rules. And that's why I train people the way that I do, is that you want to start making consistent payouts with the prop firms. Don't copy trade anymore. Don't let your gurus online tell you that's the way to do this. That's the way to make it look like you hit a home run all the time, and you hit a home run once every 2 or 3 months. And people think you're a god at trading, but at the end of the day, they probably spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get that $500,000 payout. So it's not normal, and you're not going to consistently make money that way. For me, Tradeify is, cutting me, $30,000 check every month in different intervals and small batches, and that's okay by me. I'm all right with that. For my paltry $2,500 investment, well, I busted a bunch of the accounts along the way. Not a bunch, but like, probably maybe less than 20, which is great because most of your influencers bust probably 500 times, 1,000 times. Every couple weeks I might bust one of the accounts. Or every week I might bust one of the accounts, or every other week, something like that. But never all 5 at once. And I'd start that account back over and keep running up. And splitting your risk also allows you to do that as well. So I babysit my accounts and treat them like they're each individual entities that I have 5 different ways to play. That's the trick. And I mean, I have 106,000, I think is where I'm at now, Tradeify. How do I split the accounts? So basically, whenever I have multiple entries, an example is I'll long at one account at one, if example, I have a liquidity pocket, bull zone bottom, bear zone top, right? We all know how I trade both of those. I'll trade both of those. I will trade here and I'll trade here. So if the market's falling to my target, I might trade 2 of my accounts at this target and 3 of my accounts at this target. If it's 10-point difference in the S&P, 2 accounts here, 3 accounts here. And either my 2 accounts make money or my 2 accounts take some drawdown and my 3 accounts take money. Because this is a stronger pivot than this one's slightly stronger than this one, as an example. Then I might trade this one a little heavier, 2 contracts, and this one 1 contract each. Something like that. Oh, that cost basis management trick. Sean, that's the way to do it. And then if any of them blow up, if the market just crashes out, then these 2 will be taking more drawdown point-wise, but making less of a loss because of smaller contract size. So when you're doing it like this, you may get to a point where one of the accounts is busted. And in that particular case, one of the accounts is busted. Let me close out on all of them. Whew, I got out of that and I only lost one of the accounts. You know what I'm saying? And so in the trader funding world, it's a very equivalent style to what I do in my normal account, which is I split up my risk at different pivots. But I do contract size instead. So an example is I might trade 1 contract with my big account and then 3 contracts here at my small account. And maybe I'll add 4 more right at my stop. It's where I have a potential 8 contracts inside of this range to bet that either this pivot or that pivot will work. And so in trading, you have to take a stab at both your pivots. It's kind of the rule. Welcome to the stream, guys. Good morning. Good morning. If they're all new accounts, is sizing down equivalent option? Yeah. If they're all new accounts in at the same spot. Or just trade 1 account per day, 2 accounts per day, just to get a couple of the accounts ahead of the others to try to get some buffer in some of them. Remember, your buffer accounts can take the riskier trades because they can take more drawdown. I think my biggest Tradeify account is up like $40,000. And the funny thing is the payout cycle that it's on, it only needed to make $4,500 of profit. So I'm up like 10 times the amount because I didn't care about the consistency. My job with Tradeify was just to get buffer in all the accounts and say, screw the consistency, I'll worry about it later. Just build a huge buffer and then make my way to profit target. So it's like I got to make $150,000 just to get my next $15,000 payout. But it's fine because I'm never going to blow up these accounts. I don't have to ever pay them $1 again, which is nice. And I just slowly take my time and get there. And then once they have to kick me to live, they're like, holy shit, Matt's got 100-something thousand sitting here. Fuck, we got to give him the full amount, And that was my strategy, just to get so far ahead that I get the big prize, which is the live funded. I don't really care about the payouts as much as I want I'm going to get 5 live funded accounts with these guys at 15K a pop. Yeah, the 50 ETF 50K. Do you need to buy more accounts to have multiple accounts? Yeah, you have to buy more. So when you just have one, they just give you the one. So you go buy up to 20 with ETF. Yeah, they give you a lot over there, which is really nice. By the way, guys, don't forget, if you are using prop firms, feel free to use our codes. And we've been talking about FundedNext this morning. FundedNext is code ROCKET. Rocket. Everyone write that down. Rocket. It's not Rocket Scooter. I told them they need to change their stuff for us. Because Rocket is lame. Rocket Scooter is probably more lame, but we love that more. We love that more, don't we? They don't have enough room for the word scooter. So code Rocket with FundedNext. Rocket Scooter with everyone else. While we're chilling. Oh, wait, hold on. You can't even see. There we go. My camera's better. They would be added to my little slideshow of approved prop firms here. However, We accidentally put the word rocket scooter into the little slideshow instead. But anyways, rocket scooter everywhere else. And I was informed by ETF today that my code is only doing 50% off. And then whenever they're having like an 80 or 90% off sale, you have to use my link and then their sale code. I found that to be the most obnoxious thing ever, and I love ETF, but what the fuck? So apparently in my ad, I gotta say, hey, you guys, they're having a sale, but use our link and use their code. I mean, it's like, can you just make everybody's code matches like everyone else? I don't know. But anyways, you can't use our code with ETF to get their big sale. You got to use our link to give us credit, and then their code, I don't fucking know. Anyways, they just need to get with the program. Love them, but that's really stupid. You know what I'm saying? Make it easy for us. People that are like in the boat here. Why my glass ain't getting clean? I think my little cloth might be dirty. That's what it is. Anyways, yeah, so with ETF, our code is only 50% off. So like when they don't have a sale, that's what they said. When we don't have a sale, you get 50% off. I was like, okay, that makes sense. But how come when you have a sale, I can't also get your sale price? That's what it is everywhere else. So I'm not going to spool different ads that say, use our link and use their code. That just sounds stupid to me. Waste of time. You have to pay monthly even past an eval? I think so, yeah. Anyways, so with everyone else, use our code. With FundedNext, use the word rocket. With ETF, use our link and use their code. And then use our code to get a discount when they don't have a sale. What a mouthful. All right. Let's go, lower DD band long. Second time, long to lower DD band. Everybody in chat, what is the probability, at least so far from the back test, that we stay inside of these bands? Y'all know them. Pop quiz, pop quiz. Probability of staying in the bands. 88% of days so far with our last back test count. Why? I can still seeing dots on my damn glasses. They aren't cleaning up. Maybe this is like... There we go. Ah, that's better. Kind of better. Okay. Let me get the cheat sheets out for you guys. Welcome to the stream. Who here is your first week with the stream with us? Or who here was here last week? First week last week. A lot of new faces came. You guys saw me on the My Funded Futures show. They actually got with me after the show. And they were like, we might give you your own permanent segment, like a math segment. So they thought that was, you guys liked it so much. Apparently we broke their on-stream viewer record, which I thought was pretty cool. Like total concurrent viewers at any given time. So it makes a lot of sense because we, you know, like 200 of you guys immediately went over there, I think. You hear grammar is not good also. You hear? 88% of days will stay in the middle. Let me get the cheat sheet. That was our count last time. And we did that count in the back test. We assume that that's probably still accurate, but you know, roughly 9 out of 10 days don't like to break these lower bands. So, but if you do break the lower bands, markets are rational, small, long trades only. It's kind of the rule. Here's the cheat sheet. Let me talk about lower DD band. This is a futures pivot based on margin requirements. It's one of the strongest pivots you can get in futures. It's an exploit of the CME group. So if you guys are new here, everything we do here is exploiting the CME group and the Globex. We created indicators off of the systems on the Globex. So this band holds 99 or 88% of days typically stay inside the band. Only 8% of days we're seen to break below it and close below it. So as we're approaching the lower band, I tend to long up the lower band every single time. If this ratio in the platform, the sum of the stocks, if 50% of the market cap is bullish, I hit it with a harder trade than if the 50% of the market cap is not bullish, then I hit it with a smaller trade, a less heavy trade. So this ratio is likely to be greater than half. We can already guess what it is because it was 0.8 on Friday. And so I'm going to write on the side here, DD ratio. I'm going to estimate, and our greater market is likely greater than half. So it's appropriate to be taking trades here. SPY, I'm going to guess, is going to be less than MHP because it was less than MHP on Friday. We're opening lower now and breaking overnight MHP. So we're likely going to be in a negative, monthly delta situation sort of thing. So the delta hedging flow is going to be shorting, but we're cool with that. And then monthly maps, obviously, we're probably going to be bullish as well. Monthly maps are a predictive tool that look 3 months into the future, and they look at the options landscape going forward. I'm going to show you guys how to read this in a hot moment here. Let me pull up the little cheat sheet for that. In our boot camp, we go through all of these different things. Monthly maps is a tool that lets you look at the way the options landscape is changing. You look at where you're trading. If you're in a gray, dark gray or light gray box, let's make this bigger so y'all can see that. Dark gray box is in a bull zone, so we're in a bull zone over time, and this bull zone persists all the way through June, so we're good. So we're in a bullish setup until June. This one right here, at the bottom of the bull zone is sloping down. Your longs are accumulating more, which is exactly what you're seeing. If the bear zone is sloping up or down, it tells you what the shorts are doing, and the shorts are actually squeezing as well. So this is a very nice, strong bull setup. If they're pulling apart, the market has volatility. That's basically what we're seeing. A strong bull market with volatility, not a lot of bearishness. And again, you might have a surprise sell-off day here or there inside of this, but other than that, the market is really stable at this point. So not scared of it, not worried about it, not trying to short it. My strong setups are here on this little cheat sheet we give to all of our bootcamp peeps. I have a lot of these setups are really, really strong. I like to use them all the time. And actually, we have a new publication from some of the guys that are doing the statistics in our group of the actual new hedge pressure and some of the breaks, which is actually fantastic because we only had a couple of back tests that we did. And we have some really good stats on the probability of certain things. Under all conditions, let me bring it up. Under all conditions, so somebody did a back test with like a lot of stuff. This was done by Garrett. So this is under all conditions. Like this is basically what he observed most of the time. Here's blue hedge pressure. Under all conditions, 68% of the time you held, which is, and 32% you didn't. On the downside, it looks like 37, 47, 60% of the time you stayed on the same side, 40% you broke up. Now again, this could be a relative short sample size or under all conditions, but the idea is that we have actual percentages that go with each one of them now, and under all conditions as well. So with MHP, 73% held or bounced and came back, and only 27 broke. And again, this could be also skewed by the recent, chaotic environment that we had. But either case, more exact numbers are coming through as the back test is being done. It's incredible work these guys are doing. MHP on the downside, it looks like 73% of the days will return down here under all conditions. Now remember when we tell you guys the 90%, 80% is under ideal conditions. His back test is all conditions, where we say assume 60-ish%, right? It looks like the calculations are coming in through that an all conditions trade is actually 68%, and an all conditions trade is roughly 73%. Pretty cool, right? And 73% here. So as the rule of thumb, when we show you our strong pivots, that's great that even after long periods of backtest, it comes out the same as what we've been teaching. That we teach you under ideal conditions. This is a 90% pivot, 80% pivot, 90% pivot. Under non-ideal conditions or all conditions, we say assume 60. It looks like Garrett's backtest is assuming 70, give or take, which is fantastic. Pretty cool, right? So we actually have backtests from each of our pivots coming through. And I know he shared that in chat, but it's just lovely to see. Our own members are going through and finding our stats. Imagine, so everything here at Rocket Scooter, under all conditions, is, these pivots work 70% of the time. That's better than I thought. May the revenge of the fifth with you all. May the fourth be with you as well. Good morning. If we join the masterclass or anything else we need to buy, it's it, 20 bucks. You can get the platform for 100 bucks for the first month if you want to try it out. What's the game plan for ES? Well, baby, we got to wait for the market to open. And then we're going to take it from there. Good morning, Rock Scooter. Awesome work, guys. Yeah, like I think that's fantastic. I love when Garrett and Ian have been very monumental in basically doing the back test. And their motivation was pretty simple. Let's call bullshit on this guy, Matt. Let's see if his numbers really are what they are. And I'm like, fantastic. I'd like to know too, because if they suck, we're going to reevaluate our setups and try something new. So they were like, no offense, we're going to see if this works or not. I'm like, please do. I'd like to know myself what the numbers actually are. So they're very, very, very strong mathematical folks. And they actually are, you know, very detailed cataloging the data every single day. Not hired by us, not commissioned by us, doing it on their own. And it's become a staple in our community that the members themselves are doing the back test to publish to everybody else, which I think is needed in trading, to have a third-party independent peer review, because there's so many scammers and schemers out there that there's a lot of trust me bro, and I'm not into the whole trust me bro thing. I like the idea that's like, hey, I don't work here, I did this on my own, but I'm doing this to see if this works. And I'm like, perfect. They're like, can I share it with the community? And I'm like, oh my God, please do. It's not gonna hurt my feelings if they tell me something, they calculate something, and it like comes out to be different than what I thought it was gonna be. Then we just reevaluate our plan. Okay, so I'm gonna take again that DD band long. I'm gonna take my $500 and reevaluate this right at the open. I've made $1,500 and been sitting here. I just closed out my position, so let's wait to get the liquidity map come through. Being long off of DD band is always a really strong trade, but I don't know what we're gonna do from here, so I'm gonna wait till I get my maps. Hit that like button, guys. Thank you for tuning in, y'all. We got about 15 seconds. These maps are gonna come through. Resilience came out negative. That's why I was closing my position, but just remember, negative resilience is resistance off of the half gap. So we're gonna chill for a minute. This is a very light news week as well. I think we do have something today. But Fed is Wednesday, and that's the only really big thing that we've got coming up. I think the maps come through. Tell me, I think we have the non-manufacturing data today. Yeah, non-manufacturing PMI in 30 minutes. All right, let's see what we got. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm glad. We're below MHP again. That confirms we're on SPY. So inside of here, there's just scalping in between these levels. 62.5 to 63. That's really nothing. Sit out, sit out, sit out, sit out. Nothing. Not taking this. I've got long from here to here. I've got resistance from there to there. The easiest trade today is a 563 break. I'm going to jump in on the long. Other than that, I'm going to sit out. I'm going to sit out today. Because we are in no man's land below hedge pressure. I repeat, no man's land. One can opportunistically trade DD band one more time. I'm going to only take a 563 break, and if I do, it's big. Resiliences are positive, which is great. It can support the move to the upside. Monthly res resilience, however, is negative. So if we look at all of it, the trick here is to wait for a 563 break on SPY. Okay. Let's look at QQQ. Not going to buy the dip just yet. Even if I were to plant something like one contract, it'd be good. And QQQ, same boat. We have EST illiquidity pocket right here at QQQ, which does look really nice. So just be careful around the board. We have liquidity pocket and bottom. Actually, hold on. There's EST right here on QQQ. Yeah. But from here to here. So it's only about 40 points in NASDAQ. So long here for me, and then long here right at the break. So we opened roughly at 484.5, which is here. 485 is the upper limit. So 29 is the MHP break by proxy. And then we've got clone. We've got 40 points lower. 89 is bull zone, is bear zone top. Perfect. We have EST at the bottom. So honestly, NQ is the stronger of the two. Resiliences are positive, so this can go up, but I'm going to sit out and wait for my bounce from here to here, or take a break from here to here. Okay, so I'm going to wait. We'll take EST bounce at bottom DD band once we get it. Now I know we hit that bounce earlier and I kind of missed out on it, but we'll see if we get anything. So I'm going to take the trade right here if I get it, or wait for the confirmation break, then take. Through here, there's a pretty much unlimited move to the upside. Resilience is being positive means a gap fill is likely. Res greater than 0 wants to push this way. So I'll scoop up the lower band one more time. No shorting this though. There will be strong resistance here though by proxy on this one. So they all look good with the exception of the S&P. The S&P is kind of a no man's land. Oops. So good. All right, let's see if I can take one chase trade on this one. I always wait for the break and make the attempt at it. Just one contract. Just one. And as soon as I get down to here, I'll add to it. That's it. 40 points of difference here. An MHP break would be fantastic on an upside move for S&P. MHP break would be awesome. Yeah. I'll take it. The overnight dynamic 5692. Let's be very. So Nasdaq is getting a little bit of steam here. Good deal. Trading at least a half gap to go on this one. Is about 160, so 40, 64 points higher. So right at about 94 is that target. It's gonna be our half gap. So I'm going to sit out and wait. I wanted to get this, but we pushed through the upside anyway, so I'm going to take it, whatever. Okay. Usually when you do bull side breaks, there's always a test. So once it tests back down, I could pile in that long elsewhere. MHP resiliences are negative though, so it's a very low probability that it does want to break through that, as the stocks aren't giving us some momentum. But keep an eye on the white resilience number. If we start losing that, then I'm going to lose some faith in the trade. Maybe a little slightly easy. I wish I would have got this though at the open. Yeah, just take it with one contract, something small. MHP break could be fantastic if it does move from here. That'd be lovely. That'd be a really rapid move. Can't complain. Come on. At least go to half gap today. That'd be lovely. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm taking a gamma squeeze play off a monthly hedge pressure. This is a gamma squeeze. Whenever you break through monthly hedge pressure, volume starts to pick up and it accelerates really far. At least a half gap, which is really good. SPY has a move to there. Resilience current 0. Perfect. QQQ. Perfect. Setups. QQQ on MHP break in the same setup. Let's watch Nasdaq today, because Nasdaq is the weaker. No, actually, it's hard to say. SPY is the stronger on the gap side. Nasdaq is the stronger on the hedge side. So let's watch Nasdaq for the gamma squeeze side. Apple's looking sus. Let's check it. What's up, guys? Don't forget to hit the like button, friends. Thanks for tuning in to the show. My name's Rock Scooter Matt. Well, that's not my real name. Like my mom called me that when I was born. You can call me Matthew. You can call me Scooter Man. You call me the Iceman. They call me all kind of stuff around here. Apple looking a little suspicious. Yeah, and all obviously bear long down in Apple, not so great. So we're going to watch some of the key stocks today at their own monthly hedge. That's why this resilience number is less than 0, because Apple and other stocks are below. Let's check Nvid while we're chilling. Nvid in an IP. Oh, so this is kind of nice to watch. Let's actually watch Nvidia instead of Apple. We could get a second wave up with Nvid running up to bull zone on 115. So LPs, if you look to the right, this is the guide of what the flow is supposed to do. Basically, the higher probability move is this green arrow. So Nvidia is consolidating in a place where we could get a second run on Nvidia. A second leg up. You said daddy, that my mom called me daddy when I was born? That'd be very funny. All right, so guys, welcome to the stream. I'm live trading my 5 Tradeify accounts. I hit 100K profit last week, and I'm running up to 150K so I can get funded with those guys. And Tradeify is about to come out the leaderboard, and I'm going to be #1. That's my goal. I want to be Tradeify's top trader. I'm going to start using FundedNext. These guys came out with an end of the day account, which is fantastic. I do love end of the day drawdown accounts. And this one has no activation fees, and you keep 100% of your profits up to a certain limit. It's pretty nice, and I'm going to probably do those guys next. I might do 3 times 100K. There's that second tab of MHP. I'm gonna watch this one. I ideally could get one more long there, which would be perfect. So I'm just in one contract. The ideal long would be from here, where it's sitting right here. This is ideal. I'd love to hit this a second time. So I'm just waiting on that. Watching vid, watch the stocks today. Any loss of this green line is going to be a no-go, a sit out. This overshoot's a little suspicious, so be very careful from here. I'll get one more tap at that bottom band. Ratio is 0.7, which is good. We have some stocks and IPs, which is great. We're going to get some support right here. That'll give me about $800 worth of drawdown in this account, which I'm okay with. I'll take one more stab at this. If it doesn't work, I'll close out for the day. You can call you Eddie, and Eddie, you can call me. Your mom called you Arby's when you were born? Oh my gosh. Your mom must love you. Okay, so that's right at the bottom down there at that little edge there. Let's tap it. Let's hit that line. That's a really strong pivot, that green line, by the way. 88% pivot. We love that one. The S&P's got about 10 more points to fall, though, on it. So let's watch the S&P instead of NASDAQ. Looks like it might actually pull back before it goes up. So be careful on this. A little pivot off of this one, though. Come on, baby. Hold on to that. You know you want to. You know you want to. Because you got the meats. FundedNext charging $7 for micro commissions. So basically eliminated micros for everyone. Oh, for real? Well, with the spectacular rules, they gotta make their money somehow, I guess. $7 per commission. That kind of sucks on a micro. There we go. There's that bottom. Today's feeling a little suspicious, though. I kind of don't like it as much, but it's still at the strong pivots, so we'll see what we got. Just around the edge there. All right. Take one more contract on that. Give me that bounce, baby. So this only 8% of days do close below here, and 92% of days close above here. Just giving a nice little bounce there. I added my position down here at the bottom. Bringing MHP is the rare case, but you know, market will crash if we fall below this green line. Breaking MHP would be a really nice strong run up right to there to that white dash line. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Ooh, rocket scooters pivots can't be beat. Can't be beat, baby. Come on, let's go. $7 micro, $7 mini makes no sense. Well, yeah, it does make no sense. You're right. That kind of sucks. Daddy like the trade. Look at that pivot. Oh, so razor sharp. That's from our boot camp, guys. Beauty to that re-add. Oh yeah, beauty it is, baby. Oh god, it feels so good. It looks so good. Half cap, maybe. What are we looking at today? SPY is still kind of in an icky spot. UQ half cap. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, let's go. Don't break my heart, baby. Half cap, let's go. All the way. Come on. That candle was disappointing. Don't kill the momentum so quick. We have news coming out pretty soon as well. ISM non-manufacturing numbers coming out in 15 minutes. So be on alert, team. Don't sleep through this. Don't forget to like button on the stream, you guys. Every 500 viewers we have, we give away... Oh. This is jumping all over the place. What the hell's going on? We've got some movement. Is there news or something? I can find out she's not going out. Oh, the services PMI. That's what it is. It actually comes out now. That's the first number. Okay, service PMI came out a hot minute ago. Let's see what we got with it. 50.8 on a 51.2 forecast. That's a non-event on this. I wouldn't give it too much credit. Over there. Let's see if we can get a nice little run on this one. Come on, market. Keep going. Hedge pressure break would be nice. We really do need to stay above MHP at least for a day or two. Let's see if we start off this Monday with some momentum. Don't break my heart. I'd like to get 3 grand on this one. Breaking through is rare though, so that the problem with this is the rare case. Only 10% of days for the most. Well, actually, we have the new stats coming in. Under ideal conditions, 10%, 90 is kind of what we say. Under all conditions, more like a 25 and 75%, but we'll see. Congrats, Brandon. Wait, what'd Brandon do? Time to go to work. Up 140 on 2 micros. There you go. It's banking it, baby. I know, it doesn't seem to have that momentum. I'd like to see it. Come on. At least this pre-market high, it's having a hard time wanting to break through any of this. Or that's pre-market, this like early morning high. At least get one leg up. Apple, yeah, looking suspicious. Apple look like shit. Amazon looking like shit. Nvidia looking solid in LP. So Nvidia, take us home, baby. One more leg on Nvidia. Let's go. Just one more leg. At least a half gap is the full trade. Resiliences are still solid, which is good. I'd love to take this all the way up to 20. 0.94, about another 50 points in Nasdaq would be lovely. Come on, don't be stupid. I don't like this candle action right here. These opening range breakout traders and whatever, they're shitting their pants right now. It's not breaking the opening range, time to short. It could be right though. I don't like that it's not picking a momentum. If you come out of nowhere with the red candle and knock my position out, I'm gonna break something in this room. I'm gonna break the first thing I see. We're going straight up. Give me another 40 points in Nasdaq right up to half gap. Be a perfect setup. Nvidia and a liquidity pocket is what I've got my bet on here. So hopefully, I'm gonna break some. I'm gonna be like, what was his face? Danny. Punch his monitor. Y'all remember that nonsense? Danny trades. IDOC walks in. Please don't. Rip it, baby. Come on. Rip it. Stop teasing us. Come on. Stop teasing. Stop with the tease. Typically, MHP breaks pick up a little more momentum than this. Come on, stop teasing. Nvidia, save us with your liquidity pocket. Liquidity pockets are very strong pockets. Let's go. I don't like that it's picking up selling here as the market's trying to break through. This is some really nasty momentum. Counter momentum, that is. I don't like that it's not. It should be moving faster. The range is starting to widen too. Come on. Keep going, baby. Come on. I give up. I give up. This is breaking my heart here. Look. It's not giving me the love I want. I'm gonna take profit. I'm gonna call it for a minute. Let's chill on this. I don't feel excited. It should be picking up momentum going. I flatten all my positions. Flat, 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 flat. I don't know why. Resilience is starting to dump right now, and it's giving me a little bit ick. I could have put some profit on the table, but let me wait this out and see. No reason for me to close out, but Nvidia's losing this. This is losing a little bit of this. MHP breaks usually pick up momentum very rapidly. So the fact that it had like 2 or 3 breakout candles that failed, I decided to take out. And also there was volume coming into the decline of the candle. So I closed out early. Could be the wrong move, but we'll see. Let's see if it takes one more test at that lower band and see what happens. Yeah, right when I'm flat, it flies up. Tends to be my luck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, money's money, so we're cool. Add here, add there, let it go. Now let's see what S&P's doing. Again, I don't feel any downside momentum yet, but it's lacking upside. I really would like to see what happens when S&P touches its lower band. I tend to not. I'm losing a little bit of faith in this one. Remember, SPY hasn't broken through MHP yet, and that's really where that resistance is coming from. SPY is not taking, and I don't trust Nasdaq as much as I do the S&P today. So let's wait and see if we do get that break on the S&P, then that's the really quick play, right? So that would be the play I want to get. Yeah, I think ES lower band for now would be a good setup. All right, guys, while you're chilling, just hang out. Show you guys something really quick. Don't forget, these are our prop firms we work with. Use code Rocket Scooter everywhere you go, but also with the brand new hot firm in town, FundedNext, use the code Rocket with FundedNext. These guys have an end of the day drawdown that'll knock your socks off. It's by far the best looking end of the day drawdown I've seen in a while. So let me get my... We're doing a FundedNext giveaway today, by the way. Let's give away 2 accounts today. With these guys. When I trade gold futures, I used to trade oil futures a lot. That was like what I started doing. And commodity futures are a whole different ballgame than trading equities index futures. Index futures are easy, trust me, compared to gold, compared to oil. Commodities have so many catalysts that move because they're so sensitive to news. The S&P is not sensitive to news. It's sensitive to big news like Fed or like trade war or whatever, but that's obvious, easy news. Gold, I don't know, miners in some mine in Africa strike, and all of a sudden gold prices go through the roof. It's like constantly random shit that always happens around the clock when you trade commodities. You have to pay attention to so many different things, so many different details. This country shot missiles at this country. Oil prices through the roof. Yeah, but they worked it out. Oil prices crash. So it's like commodities are, you really have to marry that commodity and know everything about it at every point in time, around the clock, around the globe. So that's the reason I don't really trade commodities anymore, because once I discovered equities, index products, and how simple they are compared to like their movements related to news, they're so predictable. There's very, very rarely an unpredictable event that affects all 500 companies in the S&P at once. Very rare. Whereas, direction changing catalysts in oil could come 2 or 3 times a day sometimes. It was ridiculous. And gold could be no different. And it just because commodities require a lot, it might seem like it's an easier thing to trade because it's just one thing, but it's actually harder because it's just one thing. There's anything, it's like a leaf in the wind, anything can blow it around. And so you are constantly having to study that commodity, everything about the commodity. It's like trading one company. If you were trading just Apple stock, you'd have to know every single thing about Apple. But if you're trading the S&P or NASDAQ, you don't have to know anything about Apple. You just have to know about the macroeconomics, which shift very rarely. So that's why I don't trade commodities much anymore. Once I started trading index products, my trading just got so much easier. Less to worry about, less to think about, less homework you have to do. You lost money trading crypto. Crypto is the same thing as like gold. It's a single thing, a single commodity. If you treat it like a commodity that has so many different factors that change its one price, right? So crypto is hard. Gold is hard. Index, and understanding that the index is going to be more like resilient to news. It looks like we're getting back to supporting in the middle. Maybe I did close out too early, but that's looking pretty decent, hopefully, for the run up. I'm not trusting it as much, but MHP break and S&P is what I want to wait and see. So let's get that break there. And speaking of S&P, let's go ahead and plot it because that's what we want to kind of, it's about 3 points higher, about 70. So on a 70 break in S&P, that's really what we want to see. So let's watch S&P today because that was kind of the limiting of the two. MHP only has a 10% chance to break usually. So if SPY breaks through here, it's a big run. So 563 to 64.5 is 15, 20 points a move. It go right up to about 85, 90, somewhere in here if it does break. So let me wait for the break to confirm. Other than that, I'll get the dip to buy. So we're in between two strong pivots. I don't want to chase on the green candles. If you are a bear, MHP resistance is always the bear move to take if one is a bear. That is the resistance and the only bear resistance there is. Breaking through here is a clean bull right up. You made so much money in DeFi in 2020. Hell yeah, man. That happens. You take it on S&P or NASDAQ. I take it in either one of them. I mean, it doesn't matter. They're both going to move at the same pace. S&P is just the last one with resistance right now. Let's get ready and maybe take a long on S&P on that break. I know this is a little risky, but let me take it just with one contract. And again, same trade as earlier before. If we do take a dip, I'm not willing to hold for 20 points of drawdown, but if it doesn't hold and I lose 10 points, I'll close out again and take another stab at it. Come on, give me that second run, baby. Like I say, I always juggle my position based on the confidence I have in it. So only about 10% of days do break, but if it does break, it's a pretty substantial move. And again, half gap is a nice little run because resiliences are positive. Be careful because NASDAQ resilience is negative. NASDAQ is showing that resistance from the half gap. So I'm very not convinced we do get a big break. As a matter of fact, NASDAQ is likely to hit that one pivot and maybe pull back unless things stabilize. Oh, actually, it looks like it's stabilizing right now. So that half gap pivot was what we're looking at earlier. And this could be a loss if I get this wrong, but worth taking at least. Just one contract S&P. My confidence, it's not picking up the momentum I want to see. I don't like the way that it feels. But there is no downside events or no news events today that can stimulate this. It's just the lack of momentum could pick up some selling. But I always try to take at least one attempt at that hedge pressure break. And if I take a loss, I take a stab at it every time. News in a minute. Yeah, we do have news in a minute that could shake things up. I don't think it's going to create much momentum as far as, I mean, sorry, I don't think it's going to create much change in the overall understanding of the non-manufacturing numbers. But coming in below 50 would be a shock to the market. I think it's going to be probably a nothing thing. It might move and then move. I don't think it's going to be direction changing, but I could be wrong. What do you guys think? Y'all think the ISM numbers are going to come in and change the direction of the market today? Well, that's kind of cool. Let's get it moving. Because the market was waiting for something to happen. And I'll take it. Okay. I mean, I'll take it. I didn't think it was going to do much. I usually don't trade into news because I don't expect it to, I don't expect this kind of news to do much, but I'll take it. Okay. Pure momentum trader says he doesn't like the momentum. I know. If it scares me, then it's kind of like, ugh. You know what I mean? Oi. Come on. Get some rip. Get some rip. Get that half gap, baby. Let's go. Wow, we got a big house today. 583 people. Wow, congrats. Congrats, stream. I love the fact you guys are supporting us, helping us grow. This really means a lot to me, y'all. S&P half gap at minimum. Let's go. Let's rip it. Lovely. Oi. Lovely. Ooh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, people ask me, like, do you trade on stream? Is it not obvious onto the right side of the screen that I have a trade up? That's just my... I'm just curious, like, is this hard for people to see? Because a lot of times people are like, I join your stream and I don't see that you actually do trade. When I'm like, it's always here. Is it hard? Is it small or something? Maybe zoom in on it. I don't know if I can. Tradeify let me zoom in on it. I don't know if I can make this bigger. I don't know how to do that. But yeah, up here at the top right, it's always in a trade. Yeah, it is small, isn't it? You have never noticed that on the right? Are you kidding? I need to... How do I make this bigger then? Because I don't know if I can make the DOM itself bigger. How can I zoom in on this somehow? I gotta make myself into a smaller square. Shrod, LOL. Yeah, I know, right? All right. Nasdaq is below half gap, though. S&P did hit... Oh, Nasdaq did hit half gap. Okay. So let me go ahead and take profit at 400 here. Let me take this really quick because that's at our next pivot. I know I can get more on this MHP break, but I only wanted to run to half gap with Nasdaq resilience close to zero. I'm going to kind of take profit there and chill. The market could still keep going higher, but at least that was the move I wanted to get. And not everything is lining up. Nasdaq is almost good, but I mean, I'm okay with making that money. That's money I didn't have, so. The compression of YouTube in 1080p makes it really hard to read. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. You can show estimated P&L for every tick. Oh, yeah. That might make it stand out a little bit more, huh? Let me think about it. How can I do that? Estimated P&L. Let me fiddle with this over here. Settings. Show estimated P&L. What is P&L in ticks? Oh, that's to show in ticks instead of cash. Okay. All right. So if I were to like throw a trade at this, will it show the P&L? I just clicked a random short button. Okay, it doesn't show anything off to the side. What the hell? Okay. Hold up. Oh, I didn't save it. My bad. My bad. Okay. Save. I'll be a numbskull here, Matt. Okay. For science. I just made $200 for science. For science. Random short makes $100 2 times in a row. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't short this. I ain't shorting this. For science. It's still kind of rinky dink though. I wish it was bolder. I wonder if I could change the way that it looks. Like instead of it just being slightly colored numbers, you still can't even see that. Can it show it? Like, can it like box in the entire box with a color? I don't know. You guys got to help me out with this. But anyways, or maybe I can create inside the encoder a place that zooms in and makes it really big. Like, makes it really big. Next time you make a trade, Christoph must scream for science. If you scream for science, that's all that matters in life. You can get away with anything that you do as long as you say for science. Like, this is a robbery, stick him up. For science. Oh, he's just doing an experiment. That's okay. He's fine. Which streaming software do you use? I use XSplit. I know that's like the least popular streaming software out there. Everyone uses OBS. But XSplit has a lot more you can do. So I've always used it. If your girlfriend would appreciate you ending with a for science, though. Hey, babe, that's something I want you to do for me for science. Should be like, just a prank. I know, like, that's like, I've seen so many cringe YouTube videos, like, just a prank, where people are doing obnoxiously, like, illegal things. And I'm like, you're going to get your ass kicked one day. Just a prank, bro. Like, seriously. You started your FundedNext challenge today? Awesome, awesome. So don't forget, use Rocket if you guys are going to use those for your code for FundedNext. Not Rocket Scooter, but Rocket. I too have a FundedNext account that I forgot to load up this morning, and tomorrow I'll try to be trading it as well. Let's see if these guys, my whole thing is let's milk these firms as much as we can and see if they pay out. They say they're going to pay out in 24 or less, 24 hours or less, so you get a $1,000 bonus. I love that. That's really like trying to like really prove that they're going to pay, you know. And these days, the question always is, are these guys going to pay out with any new firm? And so, you know, they're spending money, that's for sure, to break into the space. And they're making really clean, easy rules to break into the space. So they're taking no liberties. We're taking all liberties, sorry, at trying to get market share. They wouldn't be doing that if they didn't have the money to pay out. So hopefully that's a good thing. Use OBS. It can't help you out, but I assume you just need to create a new source. Yeah, and have the source be zoomed into a version of a top version of the ZOM. And then I could trade the DOM off stream, which would be kind of cool. And then and I could just put a little graphic up here at the top, which is just like what my position is. I'll make it like this big. Good idea. So the sale that they have is 5% off with our code. That's it. Take it if it goes down to bottom band. Yeah, always. Always. What is CFDs? They started off doing like CFDs and Forex. I think that's what they do. Or in the Forex world, I don't know if they, or at least CFDs. That's just what, you know, a lot of these firms are from, you know, Europe. So, you know, globally, futures is like hot in America, but globally CFDs are hot. So a lot of these big prop firms from around the globe are trying to break into the US futures market by creating futures version of their prop firm. How about the yellow? One could long at MHP, but the problem is that MHP break is the rarer case move. And so one could long off of here. This is 10% of days will stay above. And I look at other indicators to determine how much I think it's going to rally. And NASDAQ is losing a little bit of momentum because the resilience level is below 0. So resilience is resistance off of half gap. And while S&P is strong, NASDAQ is weak. We are not going to see big, strong momentum from both of them. Probably not downside move, but not enough strong momentum for it to be a quick burst and blast up, which is why NASDAQ hit its target. I closed my position and then kind of got out of the way. So resilience less than 0 is going to be resistance off of this dash line. This is one of our rules. What resilience is a basket indicator that shows that the QQQ is lagging behind the sum of the stocks in the basket. If this white line, oh shit, hold on, let me make it where I can actually see the white line. If this white line is less than 0 that I boxed right here, then this half gap is resistance. So, and like the easiest way to understand it is you can try to draw lines like this. At the half gap, the tiebreaker is this white line. NASDAQ is clearly pushing down, S&P is pushing up. Now, S&P usually wins that fight, but because the market opened in a place where it was stable and it took that 10% break chance, it needs something to keep fueling it forward. And unfortunately, the stocks aren't giving us what we want. That's why I took profit. So I'm not longing from here because I'm losing confidence in the momentum because of the resilience. And that was a great choice because the market blasted up. I took profit and then I got on the sideline. So this is my Tradeify, by the way, my Tradeify results. Add 12,000 to this from payouts from inactive accounts. So my P&L curve with Tradeify over the last 2 months has just been doing this. Dude, it's been rock solid. I'm fucking crushing it. I forgot that I had this up, but I was going to take a picture of my P&L today, which again, another green day. Let's make this big, fat, and big. I'm in no active positions right now, so you can see this is where we are. What's that too? It's like $2,600. Not a lot today, but I took a win out the door, then I took a loss out the door, and then I took a win out the door. So remember, I got in and closed out, then I got in and closed out at a loss and got in and closed out at a win. So overall, that's a win for the day, which is good. But yeah, so I remember I longed on the break, got out of the way, longed on the break again, took the profit. And that's kind of what you have to do when you're juggling these MHP breaks. I take it long every single time. Apple shitting the bed. That's what's happening. You have negative gamma and Apple monthlies. And so if you guys are looking at what we're doing, all of our models here are gamma exposure models, by the way. So if you hear people talk about gamma exposure, that's what we do. We just have a much superior model at Rocket Scooter. The pivots are rock solid. Apple, as people here are saying, Apple's shitting the bed because Apple is in no man's land. There is no predictable flow for a stock like Apple. So down in here, Apple is questionable. And so what we do is we would avoid trading a stock like Apple. There's no upside momentum, but also no downside momentum. It's kind of like that's the area where there is downward pressure, but we don't necessarily believe that it's going to bounce or anything. So while Apple looks crummy today, boo. Amazon looks good. So off to the right is a little cheat sheet that shows you what the flow is going to be, by the way, or more likely to be. Microsoft up inside of here is resistance pressure inside of this bear zone. So while Microsoft is kind of pushing higher, there is resistance pressure from here. It's not upside momentum today. You got a mixed bag of stocks, right? Meta in the same boat. Meta's in a better boat. Meta has support pressure through here. Nvidia also in a support position here, but nothing down in here until the bottom. So Nvidia doesn't have support until 112.5. And this is a lot of what's kind of like stopping the market with Apple and Nvidia not showing really bullishness. Nvidia presses from here to there, and that's basically it. This is a V shape like this. And other than that, this is a rare to break this, rarer case. So Nvidia completing its move to fill its gap after Nvidia gapped down and almost filled up to the close, failed a liquidity pocket. And that's kind of the scary part for the whole market, as Nvidia is such a big stock. Liquidity pockets usually hold most of the time. And so when we broke into the liquidity pocket and it failed, Nvidia is not giving us love today that we need. So we're kind of got a mixed bag across the board in the big tech. So that's why I'm not like all in long for a big up move today. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be cautious from here. And we might actually get just a corrective kind of stabilized down week. Why are CFDs illegal in the USA? Because of the monopoly the actual New York Stock Exchange and CME Group has on US markets. It's not their product. So they made the law. They lobbied the law to make it illegal to trade other stuff, I'm sure. It's not regulated. That's another reason why. So regulatory agencies haven't regulated them, and it's a highly regulated industry in the US. So both, because there's not regulation and nobody's lobbying to regulate them, and the monopoly that our exchanges have prevents us from trading other people's products. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Well, technically seen as gambling, but technically also marketed as seen as gambling. So, you know, it's kind of like they want you to not want to trade them, to talk you out of it because they don't make commissions when you do. So I think it's a mixed bag of trying to keep your monopoly as far as that, and having the regulators be your friends and keeping them from allowing them to be legal and a lot of that stuff. Recommended futures account, not prop firm. Not prop firm. Elite versus Apex. Are you talking about, well, those are prop firms. So if you want my choice between Elite or Apex, they're different. Apex, we get a better discount with our code. Elite has more variety of accounts. Elite's end of the day is awesome. Apex, because they're cheap, is awesome. So it's up to you. Pay a little bit more for end of the day or have a cheap trailing drawdown account with Apex. Both good. End of the day is good. Static is good. There's oh my bad. Elite Static just got revamped. Did you guys see that? I'm gonna give them a little bit of props for this. With all the stuff that they have, you know, their static by far is the new market. It's the new definition of a static. They created this unbeatable static. It's ridiculously crazy. Look, a 50K static account. Remember, static already has a buffer. A buffer means that you are above your loss limit that doesn't move. And so a static starts you out the buffer. By comparison, the 100K at Apex is $625 to make $2,000, I think, of profit for a 100K account. Their 50K is a $2,000 static drawdown that doesn't move. Fuck, that's this by far. And when they had 90% off was a steal. But the fact is a $2,000 drawdown is static by far is one of the best accounts in all prop firms, period. By the way, a static never has a fat drawdown buffer on it. Never. Don't buy it full price. Wait for a deal. Use Rocket Scooter code though, because it'll be like 50% off, I guess. What they said. Or use our code now. It'll give you 50% off. But by comparison, let me show you. Here's Apex's 100K static. Stop scrolling. Right here. 100K static for 137. It's a 2,000 profit and 625 drawdowns. Static drawdowns are baby because there's a buffer immediately. You bust so quick at 125. $137 for 625. We get half price of this. So 220 for 2,000. Insanely different. That's 3 times the drawdown for not even double the price. For $100 more. 3 times the drawdown for $100 more. They basically beat every static out there, period. If you like static. And when they had 90% off, you had to load up on it. That was great. You bought it on Friday and wouldn't let me use your code. Yeah, dude, they're like I said, their website, this is what I hate about ETF, and I love ETF. Their website is stupid, and the way they run things is, and the affiliate site is weird. But hopefully they make improvements. They do listen to us, and I love those guys there. Yeah, the code thing is very confusing. Nobody does it this way. Everyone gives an affiliate a code, and that code works every time you guys use it. For familiarity, you guys are going to type in Rocket Scooter. But then you got to remember, with ETF, you can't use our code to get their deal. You have to use our link and then their code. It's just headache and a half, I know. I told them today, I was like, just make it where the code honors a discount. All the affiliate codes should be able to represent the discount. So we touch half gap a second time on NASDAQ, and resilience is worse than the first time. The probability of breaking is lower probability. This is probably resistance, okay? Lower probability that we do rally through half cap. Remember, we look at how the stocks are faring both times. Nasdaq is in a worse spot on tap number 2 than on tap number 1. It's not a short setup, but probability is much lower than it does rally from here, with less stocks providing momentum. The S&P is slightly better though. Little break up there in S&P looking solid. Yeah. So we analyze the basket of stocks each time. See, when you hit it once, hit it twice, the basket is in a worse spot. There's resistance that goes with that. You see how that works, guys? Pretty simple. That was a pretty good call. Lower probability of a breakout. If I were long, I would exit it right there with the worsening conditions. Yeah, Ghost. I asked them about that too. They gave out 150K static codes, but you can't buy the 150K static on their site anymore. It's like they got rid of it. So let me see what they said because I messaged them today. Oh, okay. Okay, so they send me new codes and instead they're 100K one step, not statics. So I wish I can gift you guys those statics, but unfortunately they're one steps. It's static by far. I can't, guys, I'm gonna tell you something. $2,000 drawdown with a $4,000 profit target, that's static for 220 bucks. This is like a steal. You guys know the difference between static. Does anybody here not know the difference between all of them? I can give you a quick like 5-minute synopsis here. Why not short the market? I don't short a bull market. I just avoid it. I wait for me to get a better pivot here. If I think it's going to come down, even though it's bullish, I avoid the market. Remember, Joao, sitting out and waiting for your bull setup is better. If you think it's going to go down, I just tell myself I'm going to get a lower entry. Okay. All right, let me give you guys a quick breakdown between the three of them because it's going to be very, very easy for y'all to check this out. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for tuning into the stream, by the way. We're going to do a giveaway in 30 minutes, so don't go anywhere. We're going to give away 2 FundedNext accounts today. And tomorrow, we're going to give away some Tradeify straight to Fundeds. So don't miss tomorrow. All right. All right. Prop firms come in basically 3 flavors of drawdown, okay? And drawdown is basically what happens when your account breaches or fails. Now, there's 2 types of breach. Usually, they have what's called a soft breach and a hard breach. So a soft breach and hard breach have 2 different, mechanisms. And a hard breach is basically you've lost the account. You got to either reset it or start over. Hard breach means you lost. Soft breach usually means you lost for the day. And a soft breach is basically like it ends you for the day, but you get another chance for the next day. So this is a quick example. A firm that may have a $6,000 total loss limit, a drawdown limit, and then a $3,500 daily loss limit. Okay, they'll say total loss limit and daily loss limit. It means I can lose $6,000 total over the course of the account. And then I'm finally busted. There, I'm down 6,000. I'm finally done. But I can only lose $3,500 per day, and they shut me off for the day. So basically, if I start at 0 and I lose 3,500, then it prevents me from trading for the rest of the day. Then the next day, I've got 2,500 left to play with of the 6,000 total, and then I go. Okay, so static and trailing drawdown and end of the day drawdown are your 3 flavors of hard breach drawdowns. Okay, what happens when you blow up your account? Okay, and so I'll give you the easiest one. Let's draw a line and we'll call this 0, your starting point. Let's just draw like a little dash line for 0. Okay. Everybody knows Apex. Apex is kind of like one of the bigger ones out there, and they use a trailing drawdown model. Trailing drawdown is absolute cancer. It is the worst drawdown there is, and that's why Apex accounts are so cheap. As a matter of fact, the harder your hard bust limit is, or like the worse that it is, the cheaper the account. That's a rule of thumb. So trailing drawdowns are usually very cheap, and you can usually buy up to 20 of those with these accounts, okay? And trailing drawdown basically starts here, and as you start making money, the trailing drawdown goes with you. And so it keeps going up to a level to where you get past a buffer, then it stops. But for the first start of the account, you have something that is a ghost right behind you. It's a little shadow that doesn't leave. And you can get to a certain place where you've made money in the account, but you've lost a certain amount, but are still green, yet you've hard busted the account. Wait, how'd I lose the account, but I'm still green in the account? Boy, that sucks. Well, yeah, a volatile day, a news event, whatever, bust your account. Trailing drawdown is a gimmick to squeeze you out even when you're winning and squeeze you out even when you're volatile. That's what sucks about them. Hate them. I never use them ever again. I don't. End of the day, or static is the next one to understand. Static is usually a little bit more expensive. It just depends. They have different models. They can be more expensive or cheaper. If they're very expensive static, they have a wider drawdown. If they're cheaper, they have a smaller one. But static, basically, the limit is smaller than the trailing drawdown for the same size account, but it stays there forever. So your limit doesn't move, which is great. It has a buffer. Now, let's talk about what buffers are. The trailing drawdown doesn't trail with you forever. It usually trails to a certain degree, and then it hits what's called a buffer. So after a certain amount of money, your trailing drawdown no longer trails. With my Tradeify, as I make $9,000, it no longer trails, okay? It's static after you earn the right to make it static. So a trailing drawdown will trail with you to a degree, it hits the buffer, and then it stays put. And then you can trade as much as you want. As long as you don't fall below that one limit, you're good. Trailing drawdowns usually become a static after some time. A static is a static right out the door, which is great. The kind of downside to that, they're usually smaller drawdowns. They're usually very tight. Now, as an example, using Apex, since everybody knows, as an example, their 100K full is going to have a $3,000 trailing drawdown that's going to trail with you $3,000 behind the whole way. Apex's 100K static is a 625 drawdown. It's roughly, almost a fifth of the size, but it's a buffer from the start. So the problem is you can blow out on your first trade very quick, but once your first trade or two is good, you've got a big buffer in the static. Now, again, comparing Apex, 100K static is $137 a month versus $207 a month for the trailing drawdown. Okay, so in the Apex world, static is cheaper, but the conditions are worse, and that's kind of what happens, right? All right, so end of the day drawdown is a combination of the two. It's a trailing drawdown, but it only trails once per day. So every day, they take the peak of your account and then they adjust your drawdown to be a static every day. But it's the same drawdown at the start of the day as it is at the end of the day. It only trails with you at one point, which is from the end of the day. So say that I made 3,000 one day, then the trailing drawdown would move up and I have the same loss point from the start. So say if I can lose 3,000 and I'm out on an end of the day drawdown, every day I start with a fresh new 3,000 to play with. On a trailing drawdown, you don't. You are where you ended up the previous day. So end of the day drawdown is a step change, static, trailing hybrid that end of the day it moves. And then of course, at some point it hits a buffer and stays the same. Tradeify's straight to funded is end of the day drawdown. And it has a buffer. Once you pass $9,000, there's a buffer. And most of these accounts got 30,000 in them. So I've got no more drawdown with them. So end of the day is usually the most expensive because it's kind of the best of both worlds. It gives you the static drawdown throughout the intraday, You don't get busted on volatility. You don't get busted when you're winning the trade. If you're green on the trade at the end of the day, you will be green on the day. If you're green on a trailing drawdown, but you take a little bit of heat, you can bust it. You can't bust an end of the day drawdown if your trade is green. It's impossible. That's the best part. That's why they're the most expensive. And also, comparably, they usually have about the same amount of drawdown as the trailing drawdown when they just cost a whole hell of a lot more. 3 to 5 times as much. But buy it. It's absolutely worth it. Fuck this rule. This rule is stupid. This rule is absolutely stupid. This is cancer. Don't do trailing drawdowns unless you can get out of the buffer very quick. Like the eval and TPT is a trailing drawdown, but you can get out of it super quick. If you can get out of it in like a day or two, that's totally fine. But Apex trying to get $6,000 with a 3,000 trailing drawdown, it's just stupid. You're gambling and you're not going to make any money, you know, consistently with that. So end of the day is fantastic. Now, here's what ETF static did. Okay. Comparably, ETF static has a $2,000 static drawdown buffer from the start. This is huge. 3 times the amount. It's ridiculous. So not statics are usually tiny little buffers. And the intention of a static is to blow you up on your first trade. They give you 2,000 to play with. Was amazing. So, yeah. So, cool thing about ETF changing the static game. If you love statics, they're the best in town. Not even a close second place now. Usually the statics tease you with like a 600 or 1,000 or like very small drawdown. But the fact that you get a 50K with a $2,000 drawdown is unheard of, which was, when I saw that, it was amazing. So, at least that price goes straight to funded. Well, it's kind of the same thing, right? So at $400, well, Lee, we get 50% off. So it's actually $200. Remember, our code gives you 50% off at all times. So try it. See if it works. So it would be 220. Well, that's what they told me. So it's basically almost twice expensive as Apex for 3 times the drawdown. That's the benefit, right? Yeah. I wouldn't use ETFs direct to funded yet until they revamp it. It's not as Tradeify's beats them in every category. We looked it up. We compared them side by side. Tradeify's is the better value for the better price. Straight to funded Tradeify is the gold standard of straight to funded accounts. The best in town. Nothing's better than them. Can you check your private message Discord about your winning giveaway? Yeah, Tom, I got you. ETF gave me the wrong codes on Friday, so they gave me new ones to give to you guys. Well, I take it off of MHP. Well, let's analyze, right? So what you do whenever you hit MHP a second or third time is you compare MHP resilience. This time, resilience was here and here. This time, resilience is better. More stocks are breaking through MHP, so it's a higher probability it should bounce. So the answer is, I probably should. Good call. That's on NQ. Let's look at S&P. S&P is even better in MHP. I think so. I think I should try one more time. Yep. Now, it's rare to break out, but the fact that monthly resilience has gotten better means the pivots should be stronger. There's more stocks breaking through MHP than before. We'll pop up the scanners so we can see which stocks they are. You can do there and go to MHP breakup right here. And actually, let's do greater than MHP and just see the total stocks above MHP. See, that's lame. I don't like, I wish this was just not some green text. I wish this was like the box was green or something to make it a little prettier. Now, breaking MHP is rare, so I'm not super excited about, you know, trying to take a big fat long here, but we are seeing a little bit of break from some of the stocks. We'll see. I think it looks kind of solid. Nasdaq resilience is also improving, so there's more stocks breaking through and filling their gaps this way, which is good. Yeah, I do think it holds, and I do think it rallies from here now. I actually think about it. I think inside of here, it's definitely going to hold. Maybe not here, but inside of here, it should. We shouldn't be breaking too far below the open, and if it does, I'd be really shocked to see that happen. Now, most of the days want to stay below this. Breaking through MHP is a rare thing. I'll take one stab at it. As conditions have improved. Let me see. I'm going to check something really quick. We got interesting to see us maybe if we rally, if we do rally today to exhaust the move and then we sell off the next couple days. Very possible. I kind of feel like closing out my options runners. Especially on a day like today. Let me do some math really quick here. You guys ready to do a giveaway in 20 minutes? Let's do it. What am I looking for today? QQ gets have a gap to fill. About 475. Let's see today. Do no momentum today. I don't see it. Let's see. Yeah, I think we still hold the bull side today. I'm not showing this. Conditions are improving. I'm back on the long side. I like it. I'm long in 3 of my accounts now. Looking good, looking good, looking good. You guys see on the top right of the screen? You kind of see the position off to the right. I will make the encoder zoom in on it so you guys can see a little bit better. How about that? Conditions are improving, which is great. I'd like to see us fill the gap. We could fill the gap in QQQ. Maybe another upside move up here. Can we get any more momentum? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Can't complain. Give me my 40 points, baby. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm gonna make 6,000. I get it. Let's go. You hangry? Giveaway time in 22 minutes. Thank you for tuning into the stream. Don't forget to sub to the channel, you guys. Rock Secure for life. We are the Gamma Exposure Kings of the universe. We are leading the pack in the Gamma Exposure world on retail side. We are the most innovative Gamma Exposure model and software, period. Curious to see if I do find something. Let me try this really quick. We have, oh baby, go up to the half cap here. Where's my mouse? That was pretty good, right? Boom, boom, and boom. Again, did I get my 10 points? I certainly did. I usually try to go. These scalps are pretty good. Again, S&P is doing better. NASDAQ is doing better. I'll hold. Let me hold on to this. So somebody's asking if I saw, hey, what's up, buddy? Genuine question, bro. 30 US 30 is rising. Why is NQ falling? So it's because they contain different things. So NASDAQ is mostly going to be tech, healthcare, and telecom companies. And while the US 30 is more diversified, it's going to have some utility, some energy, some financials. So the fact is, like, let me kind of like draw a little Venn diagram here. There's going to have some overlap between them, but the 30, like the Dow or the US 30 and the NASDAQ are going to have some tech overlap and some communications and some healthcare. But the 30 is also going to have financials and energy and utilities and consumer discretionary and staples. That spells out feuds. Oh, that's funny. But anyways, so there's different stocks between the two. Now, usually when one goes up, they all go up. But in this case, you might see certain sectors down and other sectors up. And you can easily see that. I'll give you a little trick. If you use the SPY sector tracker, just go to Google and type in spider, just do sector tracker, SPDRS. It'll actually show you which sectors are doing good and which ones aren't. And as you see today, industrials are doing good. Real estate is doing good. Healthcare is doing okay. Energy and financials not doing that great, right? And then tech not doing that great. It's like all over the place. So because of the way they overlap, you'll see different effects. And also because the NASDAQ and the market cap weighting of one of the index versus the non-weighted 30 also has less of an impact, certain things. So example is technology is going to be amplified in a market cap weighted index because tech companies are in the top 10. So NASDAQ is going to be more sensitive to tech than the US 30 is going to be to the industrials, if that makes sense, because the market cap weighting. I hope that makes a lot of sense. So an example is it may take 10 energy companies selling off for the US 30 to move 1%, or the S&P to move 1%, than it would be for one tech company selling off to move the NASDAQ 1%. As the market cap weighting in the Dow or the US 30 is non-existent, so it's less resistance to one single stock moving. One Nvidia selling off could cause them to deviate very rapidly. Hopefully that makes sense, bro. It's got I know explained it with a lot of words that might have been complicated, but hopefully you guys understood what I was trying to say. I feel like I was talking a mouthful there. Right at half gap again for the second trade. I'm going to take my profit there. Let me close out these. This is a very good scalp. Does that make sense? You get it now? Plus, okay, cool. You're currently in a FundedNext free monthly competition. You sure it's tough but fun at the same time? Oh, cool, dude. I hope you win, man. I didn't know they were doing a competition. They didn't tell me that. Hell, I'd love to do that. All right, total tally for the day, y'all. Not bad. Another day, another win. I'm having a good day. Doing them long trades. It was good setups today. 61. How much is this? Wait. 3, 4, 47, 52. Not bad. These are my Tradeify straight to fundeds. Very good. I'm going to create a derivative of resilience now. The idea of it's improving has been working well. I agree. Well, I mean, that's always kind of been the idea, but we never really created like an indicator of the improvement of resilience, which is now giving me a brainstorm. Like, we need a widget here, resilience, such that, watch this, guys. Ready? Watch. A resilience widget that tap 1, tap 2, tap 3. It would just detail the resiliences 24, 32, 36. Each time it taps it, it has a list of how much it's doing. So it would be like, since the last tap, an improvement, or since the last tap, It got worse. That's a great idea. I know. It's the only kind of ideas I have. Although I am stealing the idea from Benny probably and everyone else. Y'all all had this idea at the same time. I love this community. You guys brainstormed so much about all these cool ways to feature stuff. Yeah, the improvement of the taps, just so you don't have to go back and look. Ah, we're hitting MHP a second time. Oh, MHP resilience. It's improved. 12% higher. Excellent. Yeah, it's a great idea. There's your little call like RT or something. Open a little widget. And we also need a greater market as well, which you guys keep telling me we need a greater market widget. What a fantastic idea, you guys. I'm so glad it was mine and only mine and nobody helped come up with it except for me. Hold on, let me write this down. That's a really good idea, Benny, though. Seriously. We should definitely do it. It shouldn't be hard to do either. When we do, like, we're doing our infrastructure to have historic data kind of stored in a different way so that we can utilize it. And once we do that, these are ideas we can be infinitely creative with the historic data that we do save in the platform's servers. So, very cool. Yeah, that'd be so easy, right? Like a little gauge or something. All right, I'm in no trades right now. I'm flat. So they do that contest at FundedNext every month. Oh, that's dope. That's dope. Do I take it again off of MHP? Somebody said. So I longed here and then I longed again because the conditions were better. And that's basically it. I hear Pickle outside. Yes. Delivery. What's for breakfast? Wiener dog.
Waffle eggs and wieners. Chopped up wieners.
Ouch, but delicious.
Did you tell them about how he won the Wiener Derby?
Yeah, Pickle won. Flying colors. He absolutely won. We did Wiener Dog Derby race this weekend at this bar with the Houston Wiener Dog mom community. There's like, I don't know, 50 dogs. Pickle had like 1 million pickles sitting by him. And so basically, hold up. So basically, there was like this gate, right? And it was like the horse racing. And then they had little slots, little booths. And then they lifted the thing and the dogs would run. And Pickle just beat everybody without no close second place. This little guy, this winning racer here.
Okay, but tell them what really happened.
I don't think he got dead last. I think he got second.
Third to last.
I think he got second to last or third to last. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Because one of the dogs had the zoomies right at the finish line and just went backwards.
Yeah. So Pickle, when we opened the gate, all the dogs took off, and Pickle took like 3 steps and then walked off to the side to start looking at some girls that were sitting there and jumping up at them. Completely forgot he's in a race, just flirting with the girls. And I couldn't be more, proud of my boy. That sounds like my kind of dog. But yeah, he definitely took 3 steps and then gave up and didn't do anything. He basically he didn't even make it to the second heat. He got disqualified immediately. We were like, oh, that's okay. Our boy got dead last. But then there's another dog that got more last than he did. Another dog ran out. They had both the owners were on both sides, like calling the dog, and they opened it. One of the dogs ran all the way to the finish. And when the other owner was trying to grab him, he turned around and ran the other way. And then he ran the other way and he kept running back and forth for like a minute. It was so funny. So Pickle got like second to last place out of the 50 dogs. That's not a dog. That's a dog. That's what somebody said. That's my boy. So he basically, yeah, he was the comedy element of the show though. So that was kind of funny. Yeah.
Did you post it on your Twitter?
I did. I tweeted it. Yeah.
If you guys want to see the recap, just go to Twitter.
Yeah, it's on my Twitter.
See what really happened.
Yeah. Wait, Chris, somebody say, did he even know? No. Yeah, he didn't. I think a filtered resilience would be interesting. Version of res, it filters the top stocks in each sector. Yeah, this would be great. I think we should have brainstorming sessions because once we finish the server infrastructure changes to do our back test, we should meet like every couple weeks and come up with, do some idea sessions with the wish list and do some cool stuff for you guys. Thank you for the breakfast, by the way. Of course. It's running downstairs. Let me see your nails.
This one's popping off.
Oh my god. No, I'm just
Please
kidding.
pop it off.
All right.
And my lashes need to be done.
Have fun today. I think my wallet's downstairs.
Oh.
Okay. All right, bye. She just plays a part. This girl's a doctor. She ain't need no money. Listen to her. She just knows I like it when she asks. I feel like such a man. You would think, you know, like, she just like, sugar baby, whatever, and this girl makes money. She's a doctor. She don't need no money to get her nails done. But he won best looking adorable award. He was the best looking dog there, and I'm not being biased. He's got like smaller eyes than most dachshunds, so he's like got this like super cool adorable look. He's just like his dad. Yeah, he runs out the race and he's like, so he's like, how's it going, ladies? He's just like jumping up trying to talk. I think he was confused because he thought it was her. But yeah, if you go to my Twitter, actually I'll play it for you guys. Y'all have him go there real quick while we're chilling. It's really funny. You can see like the disappointed look kind of on my face. I was just like, no, big on. That was kind of a fun event though. Let me shout real quick. So Pickle's the mascot. If you guys are new, if y'all are new to the stream, Pickle is the stream mascot. He's a oh wait, here it is. Wait, hold on. That's him. He gave up. So one more. Hold on, wait. Okay, we'll go slow. Okay, ready? So that's me right here. Let me circle so you guys can see it. This is me right here. And all the wiener dogs. There's at this bar in Houston that does this every year. And so he eventually finished the race, okay? He's like, oh wait, there we go. There she is. There she is. And then at the end, he still didn't even finish the race. I'm like, Pickle, cross the finish line, cross the finish line. He's just standing there right on the edge. Look at this. He didn't even get it. And we practiced too. We got together and we practiced, like we like stood on opposite ends. My trick was to hold him because he gets uncomfortable and he wants her so bad. So as soon as I let go, he like runs to her. But the thing was that, you know, everyone was shouting and he couldn't tell who was who. But anyways, that was fun. Read your comment above and please share your thoughts. Faisal, oh yeah, it says message. Oh, about the monthly competition. You mean there are people you cross the leaderboard who don't even make a single loss, just profits? Makes you think like what strategy they even use. It depends. Yeah, like a lot of times in these funded or these prop firm contest accounts they have, a lot of times people cheat, and there's ways that they can cheat. I remember when I was doing the ETF contest, they had to ban some people that were cheating. If somebody's only making money all the time, that's kind of suspicious. Now, like I show my results, so you guys can watch me trade every day, and I show you guys what I'm doing. There's no way to fake that, but a lot of times these people in these contests will do like high frequency trading or like latency arbitrage, and there's like ways to cheat the mechanical part of the system. A lot of times they get caught and banned, so. Humidity is fine. Mosquitoes are the problem. Like down in Texas, dude, bro, there's always something to do in Houston. Yeah. Houston's just big and there's thousands of little events to do all the time. Atlanta's cool, but don't want to pay for parking. Oh, you got it. Everywhere you go in Houston is like $20, $30, $40 to park. It's like cheaper to not have a car these days and just Uber everywhere. Every time I go out to a club or something, it's like $40 to park or $100 if you want it in the front. That's what it's like. And I don't even care that much about the Maserati to pay $100 for parking. They always ask though. They're like, you want $100 for the front? I'm like, no, it's a Maserati, not a Lambo. Okay. Park it in the garage with the rest of the commoners. Okay. But they always ask, dude, it's like $100 for parking. I'm just like, I don't care that much to have my car parked in front of the club. You can't find my wallet? It's not up here. Hold on. Either bedroom by the bed, on the counter in the kitchen, in the door of the car, in the pants I wore yesterday, or maybe on my shelf in the... Hold on. Closet? I haven't bought anything since yesterday. Did you ask Victor? He probably stole it. You find it? Okay. I took profit too early on this, but now we're at MHP on SPY itself, and this is going to be the MHP overnights, which is good. I do like the market trying to press and get these highs. This is nice. I do like it. Hold on. All right, let me check something really quick. We'll do our giveaway in like 2 minutes here, guys. What am I trying to do? Oh, QQQ. It's Friday the 9th. Give me a second here. So wait, who makes live trades? What are you talking about? Do I make live trades? Is that what you're asking, Zen? If you're asking about me, I make live trades, yes. I'm trading live on the right side of the screen if you're asking about me. Yeah, let me show you real quick. Yeah, by far, I probably have the best stats of any YouTube streamer, I would say. I'm up roughly like 100 and now like $110,000 in these Tradeify straight to funded accounts. I've got a 76% win rate. And I share my stats live like on a daily basis on Twitter. I post the results of this account every single day. So you guys can tune in and check it out. Like I'll just like this is my account balance last week. So my Tradeify straight to funded, and this is from Tradeify's own website. So you can see Tradeify. It says Matt C on it. That was me. And then this is my account balance as time has gone by over the last 3 months. So I've been trading 76% win rate in this environment, this crappy bear environment that we've had. So yeah, so you guys are welcome to stay and check it out. My next move today, I'm done for the day. We've already hit pivot to pivot, so there's nothing else to do. You open an account on Rocket Scooter. What do I recommend I start doing? Oh, Marvin, awesome. Boot camp. Come to those sessions. We're going to start them again on Monday of next week, and then watch the training videos. You can get ahead at the boot camp and start watching them. It's 20 days for $20 if you guys aren't in the boot camp. It's free if you're a member of the platform. So, am I self-taught or educated? As far as trading goes, I'm mostly self-taught. I've been doing it for 15 years. Before I got into day trading, I was a chemical engineer. I worked at Dow Chemical. I was a reaction engineering specialist, and I worked on chemical reactors and did, very complex mathematical modeling of, heat distribution and yield distribution curves and things like that. And I used to have some very, like strong knack for, black box style mathematical systems. And when I got into trading, I started creating my own style of analyzing data. It's come up with market pivots almost in the same fashion of how I used to do it, chemical reactors, which was a very neat way of solving complex systems. And so inside of here, we figured out that we can use options to find pivots and futures. It's basically the kind of the bear of what I do here. First time I'm here, tuning in, loving what you're showing, definitely coming back. What's up, Dylan? Welcome to the crew. A lot of you first timers here just found our community. We're glad you guys are chilling. So like lineage of what I did, I started day trading in 2010, and it took me like, I sucked for like about 5 years. And then about 2015, I started getting my stride and I started doing it full time. And then I started creating further tools because I wanted to create something that was a little more substance than technical analysis, which just basically was price action based trading. My thought was that volume was king, not price. And could we use options to predict where traders will be and traders will act, or volume will be? And the answer was, over time, the answer was yes. And one of our own members just put together a study of our own stuff to show the actual statistics of some of the things. So our own members have been backtesting our stuff this last year to come up with some very useful stats of some of our tools. Some of my setups work. This one, under all conditions, is 68% of the time. So blue hedge pressure, you guys are just tuning in, will hold above it 70% of the time under all market conditions, not just the good bull conditions. On the bear side, 60% of bear days will hold on the bear side. It's incredible. When we taught you guys, we said it was about 60 to 70%. That came in at par. This is the actual back test. Monthly hedge pressure on all conditions is actually a 73% chance under all conditions. Under ideal conditions, we say it's closer to 90. So, but on all conditions, 73%. And then same side close rate is 73 to the downside as well. These are the actual numbers our back test is in, you guys. So we told you we were going to spend some time to where we give you the actual back test numbers of how good the stuff is. And this is it. So you guys can thank Garrett and thank Ian for working together. So Humble Trader 77 is Garrett Otto, one of our really awesome members that's been working on doing like data digging and our stuff. Our members get together and drive the process forward. So under all conditions, which means irrational, hedge breaks, DD breaks, whatever, all conditions, 60 to 70% is accurate, which is what we claim. And the backtest has now proved it. It's expected to be better than this under ideal conditions, right? So same side open and close. And what's neat to see is that weekly hedge pressure, the blue, has a higher affinity to break to the upside than it does to the downside. It's more probable that blue hedge pressure accelerates on a break than it does falling on downside move. So anyways, the idea was I wanted to come up with something that works 60 to 70% of the time or better, because I figured that, in day trading, price actions was random and all the indicators you use kind of didn't really work that work that well. So the idea was, can I find things to have a higher probability that certain things happen based on finding volume? And so we started looking at market maker options discovery, which is what we basically do. We can figure out the time and sales by looking at what I call hedging loops to discover where market maker orders are, neutral hedged positions that we now map out, and we can actually do liquidity maps off of. So liquidity map just shows me where the flow is in futures based on the options landscape. So this orange line is always going to be high volume every single time. So that predictable high volume spike right here, the orange line, which is the dealer hedging. And then it's usually a very strong pivot. If this orange line down here is above zero, it means the stocks themselves are also pushing higher. So the probability that this pushes higher goes up, and therefore it's a bounce pivot. And so then I take my futures trade knowing that the equities has a bullish structure. And so I'm watching QQQ and trading SPY, or watching QQ and SPY and trading futures. Very new technique to trade, but all we do is we find volume, and that's basically what it is. Volume and order flow. They're different. So I taught myself essentially how to find volume by researching and doing a lot of work into reading patents and things on how the CME group work. And my goal was to kind of come up with ideas to figure out, where can I find volume in the market? Where can I predict where a volume profile will be and where traders will be, instead of trying to chase price, because price is like really random. And once I started doing that, my win rate got through the roof. I mean, like I said, I'm trading about 76% win rate historically this year in these accounts. Since the market even went to shit, I still held my, held my win rate high. So These pivots work in both directions, under certain conditions, the bull pivots work better than the others. So under these conditions, for example, we have something called the greater market to tell me if I'm bullish or bearish. The greater market is a sum of 3 indicators that we do. And basically they're very simple. Number one is, what does this guy say right here? This one I'm boxing at the top left of the screen. If that ratio is greater than half, it means the stocks are just bullish. That's all you say. 58% of the market cap is bullish. So therefore I'm not bearish this market. So when one of these indicators is bullish, I'm very bullish the market. The other one is the S&P. If SPY ETF is above this orange line, then it's also bullish. Okay. So also bullish. And we have another one called monthly maps, which forecasts the market 3 months out. And the monthly maps are also bullish. So today, all 3 of these indicators are bullish. If one of them is bullish, then I'm bullish. If all 3 of them are bearish, then I'm bearish. Very rare that I'm gonna flip to a bear side market. When I do short the market, I have to have certain confluence to go with it. And so I have this cheat sheet that shows you my setups that I do. And these are my setups. I've got 6 really strong bull setups and 4 really strong bear setups. In the statistics, you'll see these orange and blue lines right here. Yeah, from this, right? The orange and blue. That's what our member was testing, was the orange and blue. So under ideal conditions, this orange bounces 90% of the time, and this blue about 80% of the time. Under non-ideal conditions, which was like if all those greater indicators are bullish, then these are very strong. If some of them are bearish and one of them's bullish and some of them are bearish, then these are the percentages. Roughly 70%. So 70% chance that the market's going to bounce, and I just lean to the side of the greater market. If the greater market's bullish, I'm taking long trades all day. I'm longing off the orange, longing off the blue, longing off the bottom green. And that's basically what today's setups were. And if the market is bearish, then I'll short off of bear pivots, but only under certain conditions. So shorting is very rarer for me, but I'll short off of this upper orange line under this condition. So there's certain indicators I need to line up before I do short. And there's only really 3 really strong ones that I do. The only one that possibly applies today is this orange line short right here on S&P, and it's right where we are right now. So S&P is going to have resistance pressure off of here. I could short it, but I only short it as it says. If this indicator that it says is less than 0, then I short it. And that's actually this indicator right here, which is greater than 0. So therefore, I'm not taking the short. While there is shorting pressure, as you see, it's not going to likely be that strong, so I don't take it. And so most of my trading is conditional based. I have to have things line up. And it sounds like a lot right now, but everything I do is literally on this one sheet. It's pretty simple. I stream on YouTube 5 days a week, every morning, 8:30 until about noon. By the way, guys, you know what time it is? What time is it? It's giveaway time. All right, let's get ready to do giveaway in just a second. We're going to do FundedNext today. We're going to give away 2 accounts with FundedNext. I haven't set up the bot, so don't type yet. Hold up. Setting it up. Here's how this works. All you have to do is be in the stream at 11 a.m. Eastern. We do our giveaway every single day. So type in FundedNext, one word, everybody, and let's enter the drawing. We will do a giveaway for 2 FundedNext accounts. Get the ball rolling with those guys. They have these awesome end of the day drawdown accounts. You cannot beat end of the day. It is the best of all drawdown types. Type it in. FundedNext, 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 FundedNext. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Type it in, type it in, type it in. Okay. We do giveaways every single day of prop firm accounts. So every day I give away something on stream. Every single day. Every single day. So type in FundedNext in chat. Hedge pressure resilience. Winner number 1. Benji, my man, what's up? Best system in the world. Benji, baby, you got a minute to type. Let's get you type something in chat, baby. FundedNext, account number 1. Benji. Woo! Benji downstairs taking a leak. He's running upstairs with like his coffee and his sandwich in his hand, like zipping his pants, like I gotta type. This bet's gonna lose a contest. 10 seconds, Benji. Got to type something in chat. Oh no, Benji. You get 7 seconds of grace period because of the delay. No. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. One more. Sorry, Benji. Support in the bull zone. Everything rocket scooter. All you need and all you want. Love this song. Song's great. All right, 2 FundedNext accounts are going out today. Hit it with the splash. These guys gave us 6 to give away this month. I'm gonna ask them for some more. Patrick Gannon. Love you guys to check him out. Patrick, you have 1 minute to say something in chat. Just type anything. Congrats, Patrick. Okay, I'll tell you what you need to do after this. Congrats, sir. Benji was typing. Did Benny type? That was Benny, not Benji. You gotta be here. No more buzzer beaters. Hey, Vermin, welcome to the Rocky Cadet, buddy. He was late. Did Benji make it on time? If it doesn't beat the counter, then it doesn't count. That's the new rule. I can't do grace period anymore. You have to beat the counter. That's the new rule. Sorry, Benji. Because I already spun it for someone else. It's 11 o'clock every single day. So these are the rules going forward. I can't verify if the bot does not show your name typing in, then it doesn't count. So here's the rule going forward. There's a delay on the YouTube, and when my counter hits 0, it may not show 0 to you when someone types, but it's 0 to me because you see 7 seconds into the past on the stream perspective. So in the future, the giveaway is at 11 o'clock every day. So you gotta be here. So if I spin the wheel for someone else, I gotta give them the price. So no more, we tried the grace period thing. I'm counting. I love you, Benji. Benji's my boy though, I know. I would love to, you know what I'm saying? Let me give it to the new person. All right, Chris, Patrick, congratulations. We love you, Benji though. Benji's my boy. We go way back. Is that, I mean, that's fair, right? Because the problem is that I spin it for someone else. I know. Buzzer beater. And for you guys, from your perspective, he came in on time. From my perspective, he didn't. Because when you see your chat comes in real time, your chat permeates the space-time continuum. But what you're seeing on your screen is 7 seconds into the past from what I'm seeing. So you basically only get 53 seconds to type in your name rather than a minute. YouTube's not real time. This is a YouTube problem. No PP during the giveaways, as Kristen said. So that'll be the fairest of the fair. Because if I already spin the wheel, because we got spin the wheel, give it out to someone else. But we do giveaways every single day, so Benji has a chance to win something else next time. He's very, very, very awesome member of the community, been here forever, and knows that he's happy that someone else won, which I know Benji's a good sport. Love you, buddy. Thank you so much. All right. So that's it. Congratulations. The 2 winners. You have 2 things you need to do. You have 1 hour to do this. Go to your YouTube channel, open it up, and show your name in this chat. Take a little screenshot of the top left of your YouTube channel from your perspective so that I know it's you. Message me in our Discord. Go to the description here to get our Discord. Send me a message and then send me that picture. That way I know it's you in Discord, and bada bing, bada boom. Send me your email. I'll let the FundedNext guys go, and you'll be up and running tomorrow with a funded account. I mean, a FundedNext account. It'd be nice if it was a funded account, but congrats. But going away, just to make it easier, you get a 53-second countdown instead of a 1-minute countdown. Buzzer beaters. That's the hardest part. But I try to do the stream giveaway like every single day, same time. Sometimes your 20 seconds, yeah, Greg, it's like that has everything to do with YouTube. Sometimes the YouTube delay is like 10 or 15 seconds. It changes. Watch, let me test it out real quick. Let me listen to my own stream. Okay. Testing giveaway now. So I had a 4-second delay. Let me try it again. Now. It's about 4 seconds, yeah. Delay is 4 seconds. Congrats to the winners. Also, new member to the crew. Thank you. Supporting the channel. Get a little green icon next to your name. Thank you for supporting Rocket Scooter channel. My name is Matt. I'm the CEO of a company that made this trading platform, actually, and I made the Rocket Place Marketplace, which is a place for like traders to have their trading businesses and stuff. So we do a lot, not just live trading. You guys might have seen me recently on the My Funded Futures show. They told me they want to give me my own weekly segment, like the Matt trading segment, I guess. So that's super cool. I can do like a once a week thing for certain. It's kind of awkward to be at like 2 places at once, but I could probably do a once a week thing. Streaming here, streaming there. 3 to 4 seconds is standard from YouTube. Yeah. So sometimes it's, if you're using like a VPN or something, it might slow it down too. Sometimes the stream falls off behind. You can see the red dot next to the thing goes gray. You need to catch up on speeding the stream up. Click on live. Oh, really? What are the parameters for the statistics? Is it based on number of points or just open? That's a great question. I'll clarify with Garrett, but I'm gonna assume that he's doing what I think he's doing is that he's doing same side open or close. And so this is a percent of measuring the 9:30 open and the 4 p.m. close. And the answer is when we look at 9:30 and open above, 48% at 4 o'clock we close above. 20% of the total dipped below before closing above. So when you add all the close aboves is 68%. That's what I think he's doing. Open above and close below. Now that break below, I don't know if there's a tolerance, like it needs to break X amount of points, or I'm assuming it's just breaking at all. Hitting it and falling below even by a tick, I think is what his standard is and what he considers breaking. When I'm going to bring Barbie on my show, that'd be kind of cool if I had guests on this YouTube stream. I have the ability to do that. It'd be kind of fun. Vivek says 3 to 4 seconds is standard. Okay, that's probably right. Thanks for another good day, Cheater. Thanks, bud. Glad you guys y'all crush it today, hopefully. You have to do that catch up a lot with YouTube. That sucks, man. I wish YouTube was like more real-ish time, but I guess that's just the way that it works. I don't know. When are the morning Zooms are turning? I know, dude. I know how much you love the morning Zooms, but we found out that, you know, splitting the community up just made it so much harder and less fun. Keeping everybody in one place was easier. The morning Zooms were in real time, which was nice, but then half the community was in one place and half was in the other. And it just became kind of like talking to 2 different groups of people at once. They couldn't hear each other. Oh, Garrett's here. Oh, Garrett's here. Okay, let's see what he's saying. That's correct. And if it breaks more than 1 point in SPY, that's considered a break. Ah, okay, cool. So he's basically giving it 1 full point in SPY or 10 points in ES. Okay, cool. So basically this 20% in the middle is allowing for 1 strike distance of overshoot. So this is 10 points ES and 40 points NASDAQ then. So what's considered a break is if it moves more than 10 or 40 points, period, So he's saying 1 point SPY, which is 1 point QQQ, which is 10 ES, 40 NASDAQ. So he's considering allowing overshoots as long as it's within the tolerance to count here. And the break would be this. And Garrett, just confirming, this is all conditions, right? This isn't under any specific rational condition or not. This is all days, right? So Garrett, by the way, Garrett Otto, you see in chat, very, 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 very like prominent member of this community, doesn't work for us, goes out of his way to do the stats and math so that you guys can all benefit from him. You all owe Garrett a lot for helping drive this community to where we are right now. Garrett's data dives and stats have driven my hand into creating better tools, getting rid of other tools, getting rid of other methods. Our liquidity map had a revamp after one of Garrett's studies that removed certain setups that weren't considered viable anymore. So ever since that happened, my win rate went up another 5%. So the cool thing is that, you know, people that put together this stuff for the community, like independent from me, it's really nice because there's no bias. He just wants to make sure the data looks good. And if something looks bad, then we remove it from the setup. It's kind of like, we only want the best of the best. And we come up with all these ideas and maybe not every idea is a good one, right? So Naman says you can change the setting to real time. Oh, I didn't know you can do that. So Garrett says, okay, that's right. So that's all conditions. So all conditions is really good. And we did an estimate from an initial very small period back test. And how many days of back test is this, by the way, Garrett? Like how far back does this go? The original was that under ideal conditions, you know, the claim that we say is that SPY is roughly 90%. Now we don't have enough data points to really say it's 90% all the time, but the few data points we do is roughly 8 or 9 out of 10 times. And that's very solid under ideal conditions. Under all conditions, as Garrett is showing, which is what we would say, assume that it was about 60%. And we teach you that in the boot camp. We say, if it's not ideal, assume 60%. Well, Garrett's come through with the back test and said that it's actually 73%, same side hold. So it's actually a little bit better than I thought it would be. We used to say that hedge pressure from the small back test I did when we did the hedge pressure, the weekly, was roughly 80% under ideal conditions. And we said, just assume it's roughly 60 when not ideal. And Garrett has done the research and now says it's actually 68% instead of 60. So remember, in the back test, we tell you to assume 60%, but roughly it's actually proving closer to be 70% same side. And on the bull side, seems to be slightly better than the bear side, which is interesting to see. It is 60% on the bear side, open below. Above, it's 68, which is neat. So the bull side pivot is stronger than the bear side pivot, as you would assume, because markets tend to go up over time. So it's a lot harder to break a bull side pivot than it is to have a bear side pivot. The market wants to be bullish more than it wants to be bearish. And that's just blind monkey stuff, right? So monthly hedge pressure does not like to break. It's only about 1 out of 4 days. So that's good to see under non-ideal conditions. Roughly 3 out of 4 days, this orange is going to hold. It's good. So this goes back to the revised. It's about 100 days of trading. Oh, okay. So this is actually including, oh, that's even great. Because I was curious, is that number skewed a little bit because of the bear market we've had? We have enough bear market data in there to really make it viable. That's perfect. So I'm really glad to see that that has the last 3 months in it. Very important to know that all conditions also includes the bear market. But those stats are really good for bear market as well, which is great. Yeah, Garrett and Ian both have been spending a lot of time diving into a lot of data, which is good because that's what we really care about here. It's all about the data, baby. How much better is yours compared to JackSpot? Nope. 0 people out there have a market maker options landscape. Like, we're the only people that have cracked the code. Everyone else out there is in a certain league. Like, we're in a league of our own. So everyone else, for the most part, is an open interest heat map. I can tell you how they all work. They take open interest, they multiply it by the Greek, and then they give you like this little map of stuff. It's either presented in like, you know, a bunch of squiggly lines like this, or it's presented in like a ladder that's vertical. Ours, we're the only one in town that gives you one single number. It's the maximum gamma exposure of dealers. That's it. What we do is we look at all the options that come through and we don't use most of them. most of these heat maps will use every single option that exists. So every single option, this is time and price. And this little blanket is like every option that exists at every expiration. And they'll use this entire thing and they will map out a heat map of all the options. And that's it. And it's a very weak thing to do it because not all options have meaning. We only look at options that are guaranteed to have order flow against them. So if we're very convinced that a market maker is in the middle of that position, that option is going to be hedged to neutral. And that's what we're looking for. So we pluck out of the landscape just pieces of the options that are in a neutralization position. And we have a way to do that. We only be able to have a way to do that. And so we'll only use like what's in the green and throw out everything else. And because of that, we can find the maximum exposure of dealers. And the way that you can prove that I'm telling you the truth is that when you see us touch these orange lines on my screen, there's a guaranteed volume pivot 100% of the time, and it's never failed once to produce volume. And that volume has to do with the maximum gamma exposure of just the dealers. We'll be hedging all their positions to neutral at the maximum rate here. This is the maximum rate of delta hedging. And therefore, that volume spike is explained at this orange line. And it's neat. You'll see the same thing. Well, this was a news event, but you had a volume kind of like excursion around here. Volume amped up. And then, of course, as you approach it again, there's going to be more volume at the top as you get close to it. So volume just comes out of the woodwork at these monthly gamma exposure levels. A lot of these other people out there are copying like what we've done or copying what others have done, but they haven't done any substantial work to advance the industry. They're all just copycats of each other. So a lot of these JEX companies are copycats, 100%. And I can tell you how to do what they do in Excel and don't even pay them for it. I can teach you guys how to make options exposure heat maps for free with Thinkorswim and Excel. Don't pay somebody $100 a month for that crap. I can teach you how to do it for free. Super easy to do. You can open a spreadsheet and Thinkorswim at the same time and dump the data in. Where I got this knowledge from. So the idea is it's basically if you understand the math of how options are priced and you understand the logic behind why dealers exist in the first place, it's just a logic problem, right? So the example is a hedging loop. Let me give you an example of what a hedging loop is. Say that I long 1 million shares of Apple, okay? I'll put a T. I'm a trader, so I'm the guy that's longing 1 million shares of Apple. Clearly, there's not 1 million shares on the ask, right? So there's nobody there to sell that to me. So if I'm the trader and I want to buy that many shares of Apple, clearly a dealer of Apple needs to sell me 1 million shares. Now they have short exposure against a bull in the market. So to offset their short exposure, let's just say that they buy 10,000 calls, right, to go with it. So at the money, fully hedged, 10,000 calls gives them a right to buy at that level, and they short at that level. Now they're neutral, right? But say they don't buy the full amount of calls. Say they buy a partial amount and then they hedge them. It doesn't matter because whoever sold these calls to this dealer is another person in the chain. So market maker of options, they're actually the ones that created 10,000 calls to sell to the dealer of the stock itself. And so as price moves up or price moves down, this person who has exposure to the market now has to long or short the market. So, and this is the basic example of a triangular shaped hedging loop. And the example is, I'm the buyer, this is a neutral trade, and this is a neutral trade, but it's not neutral at every price. As price moves or time changes, these guys have to adjust their position by buying and selling the underlying too. So if you see that the chain is connected where this long and this short, or the buyer and the seller now match each other, the long goes in a big circle and it's somewhere along the line a seller is found. In this particular example, there's 3 parts to the hedging loop, right? So this part is neutral, this part is neutral, this person takes risk. These guys, as long as we can find these options that are part of some kind of hedging loop, and we watch all markets at once, so I can see where all the positions are, and we extrapolate from that data, this is possibly part of a hedging loop. And our model is so accurate, as a matter of fact, it tends to get these pivots right. And that's why the success rate of the trades and the backtest is so high, because the model is actually that good. Because what happens is if you can find just the dealer's options in that whole landscape that are part of loops, is that they're going to forcibly long or short against them to balance to neutral. If you went and bought like 2,000 Tesla calls that expire next week, nobody's hedging against them because they're worthless. They're gonna expire worthless. So only options that we're going to expire with some kind of hedging, I guess hedgeable is not a really word, but hedgeable value. It's a value that needs to be hedged against. Will be options that belong to dealers and probably be acted upon. So if we can find dealer options, they're going to be hedge neutral. Therefore, we can find the maximum dealer hedging rate, which is the maximum gamma exposure, which is the rate of change of delta hedging, which is the fancier word for saying volume spike due to hedging. So the idea was, could I use options and could I pluck out from the options data just the right options that matter? And it requires us simultaneously watching all markets at once to kind of find a loop. And sometimes the loops can be very big, like hedging, in a really big circle. But the most basic understanding of that loop is that you're a buyer, there's a dealer in the middle, they bought insurance, the insurance salesman has exposure, and the insurance salesman also has to trade the market that you're trading in to balance their books, and their risk balancing is their risk off is your risk on. So you're trading against a series of market makers who are applying, buying and selling pressure to the market just to neutralize their position or risk against you. And that's kind of what we came up with. The idea was that could I find high volume pivots? It basically boils down to find high volume pivots if I can say this is where dealers will be hedging at maximum rate. Therefore, it's guaranteed volume. And when you're trading, volume is king, and that's what we want to look for. And we split monthly options and weekly options up into two separate indicators because the monthly options have a different mindset behind why they're hedged against. Monthly options are held by usually institutions that are going to be long for many, many months at a time. That's why you buy a month out. So you can stay in the position for months, usually much larger positions. And weekly options are usually like, your 0 days, your day-to-day, day trader and market maker, like order imbalance hedging and stuff. So splitting them out was a great idea because they're both very strong pivots, the blue and the orange. The blue is weekly and orange is monthly. And the idea was, could this be any good? And we did it. And the few back tests that we did started showing 80% and 90% chance of not breaking through. If the market is balanced to be neutral at a certain spot, it's very rare to break through that spot and go. Like today's event, this only happens 10% of days under ideal conditions. Whereas Garrett has said 25% of days under all conditions. So it's rarer to break through. The market's more likely to close down in there than to close up in here. And so as we, did this system like in 2019, as the years went by, it's become more sophisticated, and now we have greater model like efficacy and better stuff that help do confluence with the models. These are arbitrage indicators that are looking at what the stocks in the index are doing to support the pivoting action against the model. So an example is this indicator right here only breaks, as Garrett said, 25% of the time, 75% lower. But the idea is if we get to that gamma maximum of the index, what about the stocks? Well, this indicator right here, this orange one, is the sum of what all the stocks are doing. So if this orange one is above zero, there are more stocks breaking it than going this way. So the idea that as it's pressing through here, more and more stocks are breaking their hedge pressure. Therefore, the index is likely to follow suit to track the stocks. And that was kind of like the no-brainer idea that we had in like late 2020, was to watch all the stocks at the same time against each of these zone pivots. So these are stock aggregates to look for, is the index behind the stocks they're tracking. And then all of this kind of, just as years went by, we started coming up with more and more ideas to get a really solid understanding of what futures could do based on looking at the equities, ETFs, and the stocks all at the same time. Check the futures desk, prop firm. The futures desk guys just sent me a message today, so let me see what they have to say. They sent me something, so I'll check it out. They have daily drawdown that will not increase. They have a static. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. Let me look at it real quick. Give me a second. So what is going on here? Oh. So the idea was I was making something and I was like, I wonder if this is any good. This idea, is it good? Can I find volume in the equities market? And then if the futures and SPY and QQQ are all pivoting at the same time, then I could find futures pivots, right? And then it turned out to be so much better than I thought it would be. I thought it'd be a cool idea to assist my trading with understanding like where that flow is going to be, because as what we're doing is basically forecasting and predicting flow. It came out to be so many times better than I expected to be. And now I threw out everything else that I did. Now I only use it. I don't use indicators, anything else. No VWAPs, no moving averages, no chart patterns, no candle patterns, no time frames, nothing. I use only this. Now it's so good. So because it turned out to have stats that were repeatably better than 60% and ideal conditions 80 and 90%, it was just a no-brainer just to focus on what works. It's like I called the McDonald's model. You know, McDonald's, if you guys remember the history of McDonald's, used to be like this non-standardized thing, and McDonald's would have like thousands of things on their menus. And when they started franchising out, every McDonald's would have different shit on it until they finally decided to get smart and buy the land that the franchisees built on and then write standards that you had to uphold quality standards or else they'd kick you off the land and nullify your lease, force everybody to be compliant. Now, before they did that, McDonald's, if you remember the story, they used to sell a bunch of shit like tacos and, you know, whatever. But then they decided to focus on the things that were like the bulk of their sales. And they think it was like 65% of their sales were like burgers, fries, and shakes. And they said, well, let's just stick with that. And that's kind of what we did too. We did the McDonald's thing where I had a whole bunch of ideas, and then we just stuck with the burgers, fries, and shakes, which ended up being like the strongest part of the model. As years go by, we've just trimmed down our model to become like more and more simple and focusing just on what works, which is kind of like where we are now. Any advice for not blowing challenge accounts and managing risk better? Your position size is probably too big. How many contracts are you trading, and how many entries do you take per pivot? So an example is you want to do a long trade. Do you enter just one time, or do you enter and then you enter in lower? Pretend that you want to long here. Do you long at the pivot, or do you build a long around the pivot, or do you long and then long at a dip to average in, or you just take one bite at one spot? And do you also copy trade? And I'll answer your question. And how big is your position? If you are trading more than 1 or 2 NASDAQ contracts, you are trading too big for any prop account. Any prop account. If you're trading more than 3 or 4 contracts in the S&P, you are trading too big for any prop account. They're all the same. What's best adding to winners? I only add whenever I'm trying to lower a cost basis. Almost every time I add when it's red as part of my strategy. Now, I don't add to a loser. I add to when there's 2 winners nearby. An example is here's a winner, here's a winner. It is a loser down here. But here and here are both winners to the long side. I have 2 options to long. I can long here, I can long here again, and the trade can take off. So I take both longs, but then I cut out of both of them there. So I'll add to a loser, but it's not really a loser. It's just a second winner that's nearby. So I'll only add when I have pivots nearby. And today was an example you saw at the beginning of the stream. You saw my NASDAQ trade. I longed, it took about $800 to draw down, then I longed again. It's exactly part of the strategy is that I don't change my bias. I have a really strong pivot here. I have a really strong pivot here. I longed with 1 contract. You watched on the stream. The market fell. I longed with another contract, came right back up to here, and then I closed out. So I only do that when I have strong pivots nearby. If I were to lose the green line, I'd cut out of both of them. So dollar cost averaging requires you to not be so accurate on the market. The stock market's random. The shit's choppy. So I'm going to take both of the pivots. Why play both hands? Why just play one? But they're nearby enough that this is less than 40 points. This is 1 strike distance away in QQQ. Worth holding through. Therefore, I take a small position here and hit it with a bigger position there sometimes. And I trade just like that. Dollar cost averaging is the secret to successful day trading. Predicting the stock market, you're gonna fail. If I try to just put all my eggs in one basket, and this is where I long from, and I stop out when I get scared, then that's gonna cost me to lose a lot more trades than anything. But successful cost dollar averaging or dollar cost averaging is the key to a successful day trader. Nobody that makes money day trading doesn't do that. But there's a difference between longing and longing and longing and longing and longing and adding to a loser than knowing to cut at your point of no return. Every day you need to have a point of no return that you plan around. This green line is point of no return because I know I've got 2 trades nearby and a point of no return here. I only traded 1 contract and 1 contract. That's a small position. 2. If I was really confident and I had 1 contract, 1 position, I would do like 4, maybe 5 on the S&P. So the example is because it's a wider spread and 2 pivots nearby, I traded each one of them with a smaller position. The net total is 2 once I get to there. But in case the market hits this and continues to roll, then I get 1 contract. I made some money. If it dips down, I can add to my position and then go up here. And I never add to a winner because I always try to be first in a trade instead of hold a trade for the rest of the day. I'm in and out of a trade in less than 10 minutes usually. I'm usually taking profit as it's winning. I'm not trying to think, how do I add to that winner? I'm taking new opportunities. So today's trades you watch me do, actually at the start of the day, I longed here and was closing out just scalping pre-market. I longed here at this bump, and then I stopped out and took a loss. I longed here again, market fell to there, then I added to my position, and then it turned it into a gain. Market fell to here, I longed again, took it to there, took it as a gain. So I had a winner and a winner and a loser and a winner. And I just scalped that all day long. So in this kind of era right here, you're like staring at this, what's going to happen? I'm outside of my trading comfort zone. It's statistically not predictable from here. So if you were to put a gun to my head and say, pick a direction, I would say, okay, we're going there. But I don't really have any strong pivots to trade from at this point in time. So I don't have anything to do. FundedNext, you can DCA. They actually say it's encouraged in their rules. So that's kind of cool. Hit the like button. Appreciate this still. And yeah, of course, man. And that's only for longs. You don't add to shorts. I usually will build around a short position the same way, but I don't usually hold shorts if I get squeezed against them. If there are 2 short pivots nearby, that would be the rarest of the rare that you'd hit both of them. Usually short pivots will pivot really hard and really fast. It's going to be rare. So if like MHP and upper DD band are nearby each other, which are 2 of my short pivots, then it's possible I'll do that. It's just usually rare that you'll see 2 short pivots nearby. There's a lot of times your bull pivots will stack up really nicely, but your bear pivots, not necessarily can always be a bunch of them. That's a good question. But yeah, I will also add to a short trade, but only if it's within 1 strike distance away usually. So if it's like 10 points away on the S&P futures or like 40 points away on NASDAQ, then yeah. But I don't hold for any more than 1 strike distance because then you're just bag holding at that point. Y'all, it's been another good day. It's good. I'm getting, I'm trying to get close to 150K with Tradeify. That's like my new goal with these guys. Because once I get 80K in payouts, then they're going to give me the full 75. Which is 75 is the amount that I'm trying to get maximum live funded account. So they give you up to $15,000 per account when they go live. And I'm trying to have a big enough buffer so that when they push me to live, I get the maximum. So I'm trying to get $75,000 from these guys. You can't, with Elite Trader funding, you can't DCA. They don't let you DCA in Elite Trader funding. But dollar cost averaging within a limit is very acceptable. It doesn't mean you're adding to a loser. It means you have something with 80% chance and 80% chance stacked on top of each other. They're both possible winners. And so to have a better win rate, you want to take both trades. And if they're nearby, you basically, instead of closing one and longing at the other, just size down and hold through it. And that's typically the trick that I do. And that's the trick that allows me. Imagine a lot of people got chopped up, had a hard time trading this. These are both, this is a strong pivot. And this pivot holds 92% of the time. This lower green band is one of the strongest pivots we have. And so, you know, it doesn't break that often. So I knew I had 2 pivots nearby. I traded at both of them. That's basically it. Let's put this one here. So usually stream until about noon central. So about like an hour and 15 minutes here. If you guys have any questions, question about Rocket Scooter, question about me, feel free to say hey and let me know. We do a boot camp to train on all this stuff. It is probably the most substantial thing that we do. Our boot camp is 20 days long. It starts next Monday. And I've always been the biggest proponent of not selling trading education. So the boot camp is only $1 per class. And you guys come, it's $20 for the whole month session. Is pretty much the biggest thing that we do here. And it's by far something that has helped our community grow tremendously, as it is probably the most substantial trading educations there is. Let me show you guys a little bit about it. It's 20 days for $20, and all that money goes to pay the salary of the people that make the videos and make the handouts. So these are all customers that have been through the boot camp. As you see, the reviews are like pretty much 5-star. And people have been like so fanatic about it. They gift boot camp to each other in this group. So sometimes we'll have people do giveaways where they offer to give away, you know, they'll buy like 5 boot camps for you guys and just give them away. But join up. It's only $20 for the whole month. We meet for an hour to an hour and a half every single day, and we train you. It's a very systematic approach to trading, and we give you all kinds of handouts and the statistics and the odds. Like what Garrett made is going to be a handout that goes into the next boot camp. So the actual stats of some of our techniques. And we teach you how to do cost dollar averaging. We teach you how to do stop loss principle of where to place your stop, where to get out, where to add, where to subtract, position sizing. It's all a class on betting. It's not a class on chart reading. So it's like a master class on betting strategies as a trader. The indicator is called DD band. It's in the boot camp. Tyler. So there's the ratio and the band. DD was short for doomsday. It was a funny code word that we gave it, but it stuck. It's really a risk interval buffer off of, and again, this is like a margining. The indicator exploits the CME span margin requirement protocol. And it's a neat high volume pivot that basically we get from margin requirements. You didn't know that created pivots. How do you split risk between the accounts? I treat the accounts like basically like they're different. So it just depends. I don't ever trade the accounts all at once. Oh, look, Degen. Brother, Degen's offering a... Man, I love you guys. People go through the boot camp, and the favorite thing at this community is that people pay it forward, which is so... It makes me so happy to see. Thank you, man. I'll donate one as well. I'll match 1-to-1 to anybody that donates a boot camp today. I'll buy someone a boot camp as well. So basically, 2 people in here are going to come to the classes for free. It's we go through class 1 through 20, and we start over, and we do them over and over and over and over again, and we repeat. This time is going to be great because we're finally in a bull market. Those of you that have been in the boot camp since December, the market's been absolute dog shit. So, and it's $20 for a reason. I don't need to sell a trading course. I make more than enough money without it. So for you guys, keep your money, throw your money in the stock market, go buy funded accounts or prop accounts with it. Type in free class. Enter. If you're not a member already of Rocket Scooter, type in free class and you'll get access to free class. Thanks, Options. Appreciate you, man. Degen with the dono. Yeah, this is likely to rally rather than sell off, but I'd like to get a better dip if the market does fall. Give you guys a little piece of what the classes actually are. I'll show you on the inside. It goes like this. In our community, we have 10,000 users in the Rocket Scooter platform. We have about 7,500 active users in the Discord. So we're one of the bigger futures communities out there. And we're statistics driven. So everything here is all data driven. It's not like traditional stuff. Everything you learn here, nobody teaches it. It's our own invention. But we have videos, handouts. We have PDFs with all the probabilities. We have a position guiding sheet that talks about the flow and how to size positions around it. These are some of the arbitrage indicators. Resilience is one of the biggest ones we use. That's today. Monthly maps, forecast 3 months out. These are your strongest setups. And I'm about to make a checklist here, but basically, each one of the classes, we have risk management, position management, irrational alerts, setups. There's a lot of different things. Market avoidance strategies, when to sit out and stay out. I mean, these are big parts of my strategy. How to do exit targets, trades that I take every single time, no matter what. How to do my pre-market setup, how to position around volatility. It's all here. How to account for the VVIX in your trading. It's really for an S&P and NASDAQ futures trader, it's everything you need. So I'm only made $1 a class, so you guys can sign up. If you don't win the free class, sign up in a Monday from now. 1 week we start over, and it's every day for 20 days of boot camp. People in their views. As cool as it sounds, I mean, I'm not trying to sell it, but there are people that said it's life-changing, so probably because it's $20. There's a lot of classes I'm sure cost thousands of bucks, and you kind of walk away with something you can got for free on YouTube. All right, guys, spin the wheel. I'm not gonna play the song. Well, actually, maybe I'll play one of the songs.
Matt fires up the rocket scooter. Day trade swings like a wild commuter. Charts dance jig and stocks go higher. Resilience guides like stars, white fire.
You want to hear the Juice WRLD song? I knew Jay wanted to hear the other song. That's so funny. Insane football. What's up, dude?
Market maker hands unseen by.
All right, we'll play the Juice WRLD song. Yeah. Oh, classes recorded. They are recorded. Yeah. Insane football. Congratulations. Okay. I saw you typing Insane football. Okay. Send Slacks a message. Take a screenshot of your YouTube so we know it's you. Like, go to your channel. Send our admin Slacks a message in chat. Slacks. SLAACKS. And the next one, you do the same thing. Stone Cold. Message Slacks. He knows that you won, and he'll give you your free class. Congratulations. We'll see you guys. We're at 3 o'clock Central when the market closes, when we start up. We're at the tail end of the last boot camp, so you can join in this week, but you're going to kind of maybe be lost. But you can still tune in. But next Monday, we start fresh. Stone Cold, what's up? Congrats, man. We're about to train you guys. Thousands of people have gone through our boot camp since we started in August. But otherwise, 20 days for $20, because I don't want to sell a trading course. And it is very intense, so you do a lot of stuff. Yeah. Stay for the song, man. That's the way to do it. I think we should do another song contest in maybe 2 or 3 months to come up with some more songs. We did this AI songwriting contest, and the winners got lifetime rocket scooter, which is funny. And we ended up with like 20 different bangers that we use at all different times now. Is it better to have our indicators all ready to be in the boot camp? It is better to use the platform alongside the boot camp, yes, as you can practice. But the principles don't need the platform. But most everybody will get the platform if they stick with the boot camp. And if you do get the platform, the boot camp is actually free. So first month is like $100 for the platform, and it does come with the boot camp. If you're a total newbie, everything here is new. It's designed for a brand new trader that doesn't know anything, because we start from scratch. And most of it is logic. So a lot of the things we teach, besides the indicators, are really just market logic. It's to teach you how to think about the market the right way. You don't need to come in with anything. As a matter of fact, if you have no knowledge, it's even better. These indicators won't work on TradingView. They only have to work on our version of TradingView. So you have to get our platform. TradingView is not strong enough. If you learn anything from the bootcamp, you should really stop trading. Yeah, right. The bootcamp kind of tells you, for the most part, that you're trading too much. And you'll see a lot of times I'm sitting out. I'm not taking every single move. I'm like a sniper. So I'm waiting for something to line up and take it. The bootcamp will tell you how to do that. So indicators are on this platform you see on the screen. This one. We actually white labeled a TradingView version, and we're basically TradingView on crack. We built a stronger version of TradingView on top of TradingView. So yeah, if you sign up for our service, you'll get our platform. Yeah. So basically, TradingView can't host our indicators. It's too weak. So we had to take TradingView's shell and build a stronger backend to be able to do our stuff. So yeah, we're TradingView on crack for the most part. Ooh. But everything else is very similar to TradingView. Like the charting indicators and stuff. If you get the platform, yeah, you can change your layout any way you want. Like you can do a window here. This is a separate window. A lot of these things you can pop out and just make your own layout. Like I can pop out this little chart here. I can pop out extra charts by clicking this button. It pops up another chart off to the side. And then you move your charts around, and then you can save your layout however you want to do it. I just put 2 charts side by side. The side widgets, you can close them all down to where it's just a chart. You can remove all these indicators here. This is just the way I have mine set up. But yeah. Good question. And then save your layout once you set it up the way you want it, and it'll remember your screen position. Why don't I have DD automatically there on the platform? I do. The ratio is here, and the bands are here. Automated. $21.46 and NASDAQ is the overnight futures MHP. So this is futures MHP. This is QQQ MHP. So let me show you. They're both independent pivots. I just say like here. So one is based on QQQ, one is based on NASDAQ futures. So overnight. So they're both pivots. Zach E, been watching even the bootcamp for a year. I mean, Rock Suiter for a year, watching bootcamp videos and been able to pull like 700 to 5K a day ever since. Is it because you're trading less and sizing down? Key principles of the bootcamp is all about control, baby. It's about controlling your approach. And I feel like most people tell me the craziest thing I got out of the bootcamp is I trade less and then I do better. And I hear that all the time. I trade so much less. And people say I short less, I trade less, I watch more, I wait more. And that's what people tell me is their key to breaking to that next level. Trading less. As a way to copy my layout. Yeah, like one of the videos is how to copy my layout, by the way. One of the videos in the bootcamp focuses solely on my layout, actually. Can also use other TradingView indicators. Not at this point. We don't have the ability to bring other TradingView indicators into the platform, but you can just use our stuff on the side while you have your TradingView open elsewhere. We currently built a version of our own trading script called Rocket Script that can actually, we can convert TradingView scripts to it so you can import your indicators, but we haven't released that or even tested that yet. It's all the kind of like beta phases for us. But eventually one day we will have the ability to bring in TradingView indicators. Would it be considered resistance? Yeah, in QMHP is resistance, correct. There's a world of knowledge in the boot camp, somebody said. Even if you decide to not trade like me, it'll still help you. Zach says way more confidence in your trades and much fewer trades as well. Perfect. Okay, so we're sitting at half gap with a positive resilience. It's very likely that the market does rally from here instead of sell off. So just kind of keep. Now we do have resistance at MHP on S&P as well, and there really is no other resistance pivot. So I don't think we sell off today. Positive res is going to likely show the market to show stability the rest of the day. So oh, there it is. I was looking for this. So it's more probable that we do this rather than this. You just bought Tesla? Oh, nice. A Tesla or Tesla stock? Which one did you buy? You were shorting like a knucklehead back in the day? Yeah. Well, next massive discount, please. You work on getting a better paid job so you can afford the cost of the platform membership. Well, it's only $159 a month and it's $100 first month. So the platform's pretty inexpensive in regards to like trading stuff. It's not that expensive per month. As far as discounts go, we usually once a year we'll do a lifetime discount of $1,500 off a lifetime, usually a Black Friday. Other than that, that's basically it. So the platform is normally $200 a month, but we had this ongoing discount to make it $159. So hopefully that helps. If you guys are struggling, like you're a college student or you come from a country where your income standard is much lower because of the exchange rates or something, we do a student program or a sort of like assistance program for people that don't have stable income or stable jobs, and we make the platform very inexpensive for people in certain countries or people in certain situations. So send me a message with your situation. We can work with you. Like we do a subsidized for like a short period of time. You know, you got a lot of platform users in countries that have a terrible exchange rate. So like $150 a month is like a month of their salary sort of thing. So we'd certainly work with people under certain conditions. Yeah. It's like a Pell Grant. Yeah, kind of like a Pell Grant. And you know, it's good because you know, you think about it, like, is it unfair that some people get a lower price? Well, think about it like this. It's unfair that a lot of people aren't born in America. Let's just be real. We're kind of spoiled rotten here with money that's so easy to come by. You know, it's kind of like we forget that we're spoiled. And some people are born in places where they don't have the same, you know, accessibility to wealth and the same benefits to every single, you know, the education, whatever. So it's like, we should pay a little bit more if we're American for our product than other people, you know. It makes a whole lot of sense to not, you know, not try to be a full-on capitalist. I make all my money trading and doing other things. I don't need to, like, you know. The student discount makes the platform $20. So, or the subsidized discount. But we ask for some verification of that so you guys don't cheat the system and all that. But 50% of the world is off like $40 a day. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And so it's kind of like, for us, 100 something bucks a month as an American working is a normal price for a gym, or a normal price for one person goes to dinner. You're gonna pay $100. It's not a lot of money relative to what we make. Senior citizen discount? No. We're not Kroger. We're not the movies. Now, if you have a low income situation as a senior citizen or as any citizen, we'll work on that. But you're still looking for your keys, Pat? Oh, it's hilarious. The early bird special. No, we don't do like discounts for like age or military status or anything like that. We just, you know, as far as like, you know, being trading, money is everything. So if you don't have money, it doesn't make any sense for you to have to pay a whole lot of money to learn trading. Like, I think education should be affordable relative to where you live. Like, you know, in America, we go to college and we get like hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt just to go to college. Imagine $100,000 in debt to someone in Nigeria, for instance. That they would, you know, that would be, you know, 1/20th of that would drown the average income of a lot of people out there. It's hard in certain countries. The exchange rate is ridiculous. So a lot of people that come to school here from other countries end up working here just to pay off their debt from coming to school here. You know, it's hard to come to school here and go back home and work. a lot of places. So, do you have a lifetime license in your program? We do. So, a lot of South American countries have really bad exchange rates too. So it's really like, you know, 150 bucks. Somebody told me is like, that's my weekly salary. And I'm like, I would feel like as an engineer, my weekly salary was probably like 7,000 bucks. So that'd be like the equivalent of something costing 7,000 bucks a month. So like a quarter of your salary goes into that. A quarter of your salary should go into your house. You know what I mean? So like I said, we're fair. Certain countries will have certain circumstances and we've always been fair. So you just show me, you know, your situation, how much money you make a month, and we'll subsidize the platform for you. You're like applying for a Pell Grant. Yeah, basically. Do I do loan forgiveness as well? No, we break your legs if you don't pay off your loan. You know the rule. We default you. What time of day is the boot camp? It's at 4 p.m. Eastern. Every day. Right at market close. The lifetime license is a one-time deal, and it's a very, most of our members end up going to lifetime. So, in some places in Southeast Asia, you can survive a month of 200 bucks. Oh yeah, dude, my girlfriend's Vietnamese. They, you know, you can eat for $1 and you can get a massage for $3. You can like get apartment rent for like $400 a month for like an apartment with a pool with a view in a high rise in District 1 in Ho Chi Minh City. Like the bougie part of town. I'll never abandon you guys with live stream. Never. I'm never going anywhere. I'm here. I'm here for the long haul. Waiting for the Rocket Scooter business loan merchandise. A t-shirt that says, yeah, business, like, you take business loan? 100%. Can you be one of my hitmen? Always. All of you can apply to be a hitman. You must go collect money for people that default on their business loans. So, by the way, you guys that are new here, there's like a million inside jokes that float around. So you might hear us talking about offering business loans. We don't really offer business loans. Or do we? Saigon. So Kim, you still call it Saigon? Yeah, I don't accept the name change. How much the lifetime is $39.99, and that there's no more monthly payments on that. So and it gets everything in the platform that we make forever. How to set up your page? I use Edge, so the fact that I know the districts, thank you. The Edge is the best. I use Edge for Rocket Scooter, nothing else. And I like it because I can turn it into an app on my desktop. And Chrome out here, you can do the same thing. But they're both pretty good. What's that P shenanigan? First time here. You're living off of prop firm payouts these days? Oh, that's kind of nice. It's a long from here. It's more likely to go up than it is to go down. But it's not a long from here. I'm just waiting for something to happen. A lot of times I'm waiting to see if something happens that I can respond or react to. Right now, the flow is up, the direction is up, so there is no evidence the market is coming down. But if it does come down, conditions are much better for me to find a dip to grab. So I'm not longing from here, not yet. I've already taken my long. So usually I don't have a free, path to the upside. Usually I trade up to targeted resistances and I kind of close out. This day, the targeted resistance is basically this 146 level in NASDAQ and this 92 level in the S&P. So you don't usually break through these oranges that much. We broke through the one in hold on. We broke through the one in SPY earlier in the day, but now we have the ES MHP, which again, it'd be rare to break two of them. Hey, iDoc, how much was our garage epoxy? Like $2,000. And which one did we do? We did the my mom's asking. We did the what was it? I think we did the polyaspartic. What's it called? What was the material? Not polyurethane, it was the other one. Polyaspartic, I think. It's an extra coat they put on top of the polyurethane that dries faster. I think it was like $2,000, right? 2,300-ish. Oh. Wait, is a new Hunger Games movie coming out? Did they change the plot at all, or is it the same plot? You know, it'd be kind of cool if the Hunger Games plot became like, you know, like one of these. Remember, there's a time period when there was 1,000 movies that came out and books that came out all exactly the same. Here's a group of societies. Society's fallen down. We've broken up into sections, and now there's different, you know, class structure, and you're the one. The universe chose you to be the hero, the one. You're the special one. Now save us. And then they save everybody. They restart society, and it'd be so cool to watch it de-evolve back into the same shit. Like Katniss becomes the overlord of whatever their world is, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, fuck it, we need the Hunger Games back, whatever. People are doomed. Let's bring that shit back. It'd be so funny if the ultimate resolve to all of these stories would just society continues to break. That'd be hilarious, right? She's like, you know, after all this rebellion, now I think about it, you people are shit. We need the Hunger Games. Let's bring it back. Ta-da. And it just becomes the bad guy because society's just doomed anyways, no matter how you look at it. The hero's journey. The hero becomes the villain. Oh, yeah. Battle Royale is better and it came out before Hunger Games. Exactly. Exactly. Never seen the Hunger Games? It's all right. I mean, as cool as it was at the time, it's all right. Nothing, you're not missing too much. I mean, the premise was kind of neat, but there were a million books and movies like that. Hunger Games, Divergent, Maze Runner. They were like, there was a trend for like 20 years where the world went to shit. There's some kind of gimmick where everybody's being tested or locked up or something, and then one special kid revolts against the empire, and that teenager becomes a hero, figures it out, and shuts down the man. And then society supposedly lives on happier. They're all the same. Hunger Games, they just kill each other in a tournament. But that was kind of like a take. There's all kind of like, there was a bunch of, like, that premise was done a lot. Stephen King had a book that had a short story called The Long Walk. I read that in the 80s. There's a bunch of kids. It was a kids competition. You'd enter the competition and you would basically all stand in a line and walk down a road, and there was a guy in a truck in front of you. And if you fell behind like 3 times within a day, he would just shoot you dead right there on the road. And the person that stayed the longest got the prize. And the prize was you can get anything you want in life. So, like, you know, Stephen King had like the first Hunger Games kind of book. Stephen King kind of wrote everything though, like back in the 80s. The Long Walk, I remember that one. I think the guy in the truck was called like the sergeant or the colonel. He's like a military guy. And the kids, it was like they were forming friendships and alliances while they're walking. And the books are good, but the movies are that's what I heard too. They're teen versions of Demolition Man movie. Dude, Demolition Man is one of the best movies ever from the 90s. I watched that movie 1,000 times. It's corny, it's cheesy, but it was so good. I love Demolition Man. It was like it was at the time in the 90s when action comedy movies were just awesome. It was like Demolition Man and True Lies. Those are like, I watched those movies 1,000 times each. True Lies was like by far like the quintessential action movie of the 90s. True Lies is awesome. Rata, he's like, Rata, I mean a rat burger. See. It's pretty damn best burger I've had. Sandra Bullock playing like the naive cop, and Rob Schneider. I forgot that was a really good movie. He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells. Yeah. That was funny. It's actually telling me it was. They had some really good action movies in the 90s. Arnold Schwarzenegger was in most of them. Sylvester Stallone was in the rest of them. The 3 seashells are in Cyberpunk? Oh, I didn't know that. Is it in there as like an Easter egg? 80s Mario movie was so bad you love it. You know, there is online. I forgot what it is that I watched. There was some YouTube channel that broke apart how the Mario movie was like an absolute disaster and all the different things. Like it went through hundreds of rewrites, like 7 different directors, and then basically the actors hated each other. Bob was named Costas or whatever, the guy who played Mario, like basically never worked again for a while. You know, it's like Dennis Hopper hated the movie. He never spoke of it. It was like an absolute disaster. But the movie was like still pretty good for 80s. 80s was like taking everything that you loved and made it like a darker version of it. I think Batman and Tim Burton made that trend a thing. They were like, let's make Super Mario Brothers movie, but let's make it dark like Batman and gritty like Gotham City. I thought it was a decent movie. It wasn't really Super Mario Brothers anything. It was more like a decent action movie about a weird reptile world that, you know, you could have called it like Reptilopia or whatever, and I would have liked it. Check your bathroom in the game. Okay. It's been a while since I played Cyberpunk, but I will check it out. That's a funny meme. Vampire movies are cool, like The Lost Boys. Yeah. It'd be nice if this market would give me something to play with. Breaking the MHP, pushing to the upside. And the market is trying to find some resistance. It's more likely to go up than down from here. All indicators are looking good. Things are looking solid. It's just not actionable from here. I don't have anything to trade off of, so I'm not trading off of anything. Oh, we do have a futures gap to fill. I forgot about that. We did actually 2204. There's an actual gap fill on NASDAQ. The S&P has one too, maybe? Yeah, S&P has one at 57.10 and a half. Stretching. Lost Boys and Dustle Dawn. Yeah, those were good. Those are really good. Both of them are awesome. Chrono Trigger's exhaustion point. Yeah, let's take a look at this because we haven't looked at this in about a week. So the COT report is showing another tick shorting down. We need to get an update this week, so not let's see, 231, 251, 249. So actually, we're basically flat on the short side and flat on the long side. The market has stalled right here with any additional pressure over the last 2 weeks being more people are shorting. So you see how everything is flat over the last 2 or 3 reads. There's really not a lot of activity. So the market sold off and then people covered their shorts and we're sitting back in the middle. There's not any pressure one way or the other. Look at how flat it is. Slightly increased buying over the last read. And then some short covering. So they both ticked up a tiny little bit on the last read. So the tiniest bit of momentum. Big sell icebergs on the ES Elite Trader. Okay. What stopped me from going long here? I've already made money today, and breaking hedge pressure 2 times in a row is a rare of a rare. So instead of taking the long here, I'm just kind of waiting for something better to come out. While it's more likely to go up, I really don't have a good foresight on like where the market could go. All the indicators have gotten slightly better, so I'm waiting for a second stab at something that makes sense. Another example would be if we were to follow this half gap right here as a strong pivot, since we overshot it the first time and hit it a second time. The resilience number is getting slightly better. So half gap is a support going forward, very strong support that I can long from. I don't want to chase the long here. I can long from this half gap back to MHP would be a nice scalp to take. So if the market pulls back to that level, I'd be glad to take a long and give it a shot. That's what I'm waiting for. So instead of chasing along at a high, I want to see another actionable pivot that at least tests. And we're not getting a long, strong momentum, even though the market's still ticking higher. I'd like to see something better. Yep, if you're a member of the Discord, you can join the boot camp. Straight up. All right. I'd love to hit that support, which is probably 10 points lower. Let's buy. So right about 83 would be that pivot. I'd love to see it. If I don't get it, I don't get it, but I'd love to see it. It's a really strong pivot. This is also a strong pivot. To break this and keep going is something I like to long off of. It is a rare chance. Since we open way down in here, breaking this is rare, breaking that is double rare. So I'd kind of be like taking a smaller percent chance. I usually just miss out on the long if it keeps going from here. I'd rather take the higher probability setup. Like a better dip to buy from. There is like no selling pressure today. I don't see anything coming down. VIX is in decay still. UKQ did gap down. It's attempting to fill its gap, but I don't think we get a breakout rally day today. Leading up into Fed, I think this is just a relaxation day. Internal to yesterday. Starting out the new week. That VIX in decline. We're not getting much. There's not a lot of volatility. The market's just inching higher. You made $300 on your static eval today. Let's go. Where's in Q headed? It could go to that 146 gap fill level. I think it could, but I usually, it'd be rare for it to do it without news. Typically you gap down for a reason. And the fact that we didn't fill the gap overnight should say something about the session. So my bet is that we don't fill the gap today without anything newsworthy. That the gap still holds for at least a day or two. Typically, I tend to trust gaps more than I think they fill or fade. Even the bull side break here. While all the indicators do look good, the probability is likely that it goes up rather than down. But I'm going to wait for a dip to buy. And basically, while it's scaring out some bulls, I'll jump in for one last trade at half cap. How do I convert them? Just cross multiply and do it in your head. every 1 point of S&P is equal to 10 points in S&P futures, and 1 point QQQ is equal to 40 points in NASDAQ. So example is if I look at this and I say S&P is at 65.50, I need to go to 64.50, give or take. That's roughly 1 point. That's roughly 10 points lower. That's where I got to get the 83 from. Just doing it in my head. Good question. Good question. Good question. Come on, baby. But yeah, all this week is just kind of teetering on Fed, and there's really going to be a quiet week this week. Let me double check earnings. We don't have Nvidia earnings for like a couple more weeks, so I think we just have a quiet. Now again, let me double check. Tuesday's the big earnings day. AMD, a bunch of companies. Let's see. A lot of S&P stocks over Tuesday and Wednesday. A lot of before markets as well. Big Thursday, Shopify, Bush, ConocoPhillips. Excuse me. Yeah, so none of your major tech this week on earnings side, and also the economic data is going to be kind of light. FOMC interest rate decision statement and press conference on Wednesday, and then the 30-year bond auction obviously coming up. That's going to be Thursday, and then that's about it. Kind of light on the news. Thanks for doing this. Oh, appreciate it. No problem. We love doing this. How would micros compare to options on the strategy? Micros are much easier to trade than options, that's for sure. Futures are infinitely easier to trade. Options are really hard. You got like the Greeks to deal with, and that's kind of a mess. S&P threatening that hedge pressure level. NASDAQ in a similar boat. I've kind of mapped out half gap on NASDAQ, so I'm looking for that to be right there, which is 94 in NASDAQ. I would like to see it at least retest half gap just to see, just a kind of choppy day and see if we get anything from here. The indicators have getting better and better and better as the pivots progress, so the market's getting stronger in support from the stocks. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Probably so, yeah. I think NQ's got a pivot right off here at the top. I don't know if we do fill in that gap, but that MHP is a pretty strong pivot. $146 on NASDAQ. Yeah, definitely not a day to try to short this. In an ideal world, from here to here as a test before it continues to go would be nice. I'd like to see that. I'm not going to take any of this other than test again at half cap. I feel like by the end of the day, we should be approaching this somewhere. It doesn't really feel like the market's doing anything but making technical moves today. Just going from pivot to pivot, looking for liquidity, light volume, slow movement, no volatility. man, they shouldn't have hung up on me. I was going to take the business loan. This time I was going to take it. Their loss. 100 points, 150 total points in NASDAQ. You remember the days when 150 didn't seem like, when 150 was like every minute, and now it's like all day? Ah, the bull market being back is nice. What ticker is that on the top left for NASDAQ? This is NASDAQ futures. This is NASDAQ M25 contract. So the way that CQG does it is F.US.ENQ M25. CQG's notation is they put this stuff in front of it and they call it ENQ instead of NQ. So this is NASDAQ futures. Do you guys think up or down from here? It's felt like up has been like the proper direction. Yeah. Any moment in time, Trump tweet comes out, market will just move in whatever direction to respond. So in like slow moving markets like this, once I get my trade, I'm in and out. I just kind of like sit out and wait. Pull back and up, down for retest. Feels like it's struggling. It's not getting a lot of momentum from here for sure, but yeah. The stocks have picked up a little bit of steam to try to fill their gaps, but I think that we're probably going to close not higher than yesterday's high. That's for sure. You made a mistake, Dom, but you quickly fixed it. Oh, that's good. That's good. Don't forget, guys, we get the best deals in town, all major prop firms. We started working with FundedNext, and if you use code ROCKET, you get 5% off of those guys. They have this end of the day drawdown that's just the bee's knees for end of the day drawdown. I love it. Other than that, take a look at other. We work with Tradeify, Take Profit, everybody. We get great deals across the board. And we take the proceeds and we turn them into giveaway accounts for you guys. We do giveaways every single day. We give away more accounts on this stream than any other stream out there. I'm gonna give. My goal is to give away a funded account every day. That's my secret goal. I want to get to the level where we can give away a funded account every day. That'd be great. What's going on here? I'm gonna log into this thing, but it's only me log in. I know I had a code for top one futures. That's what I'm looking for. Somebody's asking me about it. But it's like when I tried to log in, it's like so messy. These companies build like a second, hold on, a second website. They have like a Forex side and a future side. Let's see. Let me double check this. Okay, when is this? I can't even figure out how to. That's all I'm trying to do. All right, let's log in here. That's so weird. Okay. That's so odd that they... I don't know. Making me register again. They were saying my code wasn't working. You need extra data. Yeah, if you want real-time equities reference data, or if you want futures data, you have to go get them. Futures data, you can tie your broker's futures data into our platform, which works. And you can, if you use CQG compatible broker. And for equities data, we sell you equities data. You can buy it from us. For futures, you need to go to your broker. So like if you use like an AMP or EdgeClear or something, get your futures data through them. It's usually like $14 a month. And then you only need level 1 CME data. You don't need anything else, futures data. And then that ties in through CQG into our platform. And then for the equities data, you can buy it directly from us. Can you use Tradebate? Tradebate doesn't tie into a third-party platform. You can, like, I have Tradebate off to the side right here. And I got my platform off to the left. What are my DD band values? They're whatever they are on the screen. Can you plug in the paid TradingView feed? TradingView's data feeds aren't usually cross-platform, so usually you're locked in. TradingViews only works in TradingView. Be nice if you could though, but it'd be nice if the exchange sold you like a universal data key. Buy your data from them and you can plug it in anywhere you go. That'd be nice. But the futures industry was started by people in 60 million BC. You know, they had clubs. You know, they're mostly cavemen, and they kind of really have never evolved or adapted their technology, you know, to anything related to the computer era of Earth. So you're still living in the prehistoric era when it comes to navigating the futures industry, unfortunately. It'd be nice if you could. It'd be nice if you could just buy one set of data and then walk at every platform. But they decided to make it extremely difficult and make you have to buy data that's locked to a platform. This is like summer pre-COVID action. Yeah, just slow and steady and boring and nothing exciting. There's no downside movement. There's no downside pressure. There's no resistance pressure. Market's just kind of chilling. Trying to wait to see if anything good comes in the day. You gotta tell me my hair was messed up all morning. Just crawled out of bed. Crazy part. Maybe I'll go to the pool today while iDoc is getting her nails did. That's nice for a pool day, I bet. Can you do Pine scripts? Not yet. One of these days we'll be able to do it though. My dog's texting me about the pool. Thank you. She's like, there's towels by the stairs. Nice if it touches MHP and there's a nice little pop above it. MHP bounce, see if it reverses from here. We got to get them lower lows, man. That's what we got to get. Too risky to chase at the top. We're going to hit that lower low here. When I get the Discord platform, will I get an option to buy data from you? Yeah, so in the platform at the top right of the screen, it'll show that you have delayed data, and if you click the button, it'll give you an option to upgrade to get the real-time reference data. So I was in no man's land in the morning. Oh, because whenever you have a liquidity map that is like a BSD. The screen right here, this one, there's no man's land, is no definitive trading down here. There's nothing on the SPY side to pivot off of it. We only had a futures pivot that was adequate this morning. So SPY this morning had kind of like that. This and it was below that area, so there was nothing to do other than wait. So usually in that region down in here, there's no man's land. We just wait to see if anything happens, like strong pivots down here or break pivots up here. But inside of here, there's no trading. So we just wait until you get something more defined. Yeah, what a quiet day. What age can you start trading? I don't even know the answer to that. Is there a minimum age to trade? I don't even honestly know. It's something I've never thought of. I've been on Country Earn as well. Is there a... Do you have to be 18 or anything? I don't think you do. I don't know. According to... It is... Yes, there's a minimum age to operate a brokerage account for stocks. In most jurisdictions, including the US, you must be at least 18 years old to open an account in your own name. However, minors can still invest with the help of a parent or guardian through a custodial account. In this case, the parent or guardian opens and manages the account. The minor can later take over the ownership when they turn 18. Oh, there you go. I assumed that was the case, but I never really knew. I think a lot of parents will open a brokerage account for their kid and just let their kid play with it. Yeah, for the most part. Snooze fest. Do you have a website? We do. Here we go. It's in the description. It goes to link to our website. And we also have a bunch of videos on this YouTube channel that are actually published. They go through some of the style as well. Or just come to the stream every day. I usually talk about what I'm doing and why. What I do is pretty consistent from day to day, so it's not hard to pick up after like after like a week or so. You'd probably be a pro at it. I do the same thing every day. A boring day. Think a bunch of longs. Now I'm chilling. Now I'm waiting for something. I'd like to see half gap test today. That'd be awesome. But nothing yet. Bum, 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 bum. Well, I got my FundedNext account. I haven't even, oops. Let me set that guy up. Let's see if I got a features. Okay. All right. How do I log into this? There's the dashboard. Please follow this tutorial to, oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Trade08. Let me can log into the mobile site with my FundedNext account. I never thought about that. Here we go. That guy and that guy. I wish Trade08 would store your login information. The website does, but the desktop app doesn't. Incorrect username and password. Okay. I'm copying it from the site. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's why, because I'm an idiot. All right, let's sign up for all of this. I'm gonna activate my account. Okay. 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 Let's see what I got. Okie dokie. Let's close all of this down. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need you. Don't need you. I'm setting up my platform here. Positions, accounts. There we go. Perfect. Your current data subscription is top of book. That's all you ever need, baby. Trying to sell me data here.
Order filled.
Oops, I didn't mean to order fill.
Order filled.
Okay, let's exit that. I'm just testing out the web version of the platform. Okay, mute tab. Perfect. Looks like the web version works. I can do FundedNext and the website of things. Okay. Don't show this again. Okay, it's like all these default settings. Yes, stop asking me to buy data. I only want level 1 data. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's set up the settings. Dollar total P&L, open P&L. What else do I want to see? Distance to drawdown, that'll work. Exposed position, that'll work. And maybe distance to auto liquidate. That'll work. Save that. That looks nice. I'm setting up my Tradebate over here. Okay, let me do, what am I trying to set up here? I'm just testing everything out to make sure it works good on the mobile side of things. Cool, the desktop app and the web platform, both up and running. What's the deal with the Germany 30? Isn't the DAX 35 now? Didn't they add 5 more stocks to that? This one fell with the Trump stock market crash, and now it's so close to all-time highs, unlike the other stock pairs. Well, Trump has paused the tariffs on a 90-day window to pause the tariffs with most European countries. Hopefully they'll work out trade deals. So the idea is that there's no trade war with us in Europe for the most part, is what the DAX is telling you. No short from 146. No, I'm not shorting. I'm I'm just chilling. Do I still have $40 off Rocket Scooter after trial month, Lena? Yes, I do. And Rocket Scooter also has an affiliate program, by the way. If you guys are interested and you have friends that want to sign up for Rocket Scooter, or you even want to go out there and make a little bit of cash, we do a 12.5% recurring commission on all sales. If you guys do have friends, let me know and I'll get you set up as an affiliate on our site. So I would say, Dim, probably for the most part that the hope of a like calm resolution to the trade war is likely what the Jeremy 30 is telling you. That the market like overreacted to the potential of tariffs, but then no longer believes that they're going to be a thing. Can I add chart files to your platform? Like, what do you mean, Elite Trader? Yeah, just message me in Discord about the affiliate. And the web platform works very well, actually. That's good, because I don't need any of the extra jazz other than just a DOM. Trade that open here and then leave the... I don't need any of this stuff. Positions, I don't need any of this. I don't need any of that. None of that. Perfect. Oh, so there's a daily loss limit of $1,200 on these FundedNext accounts? I didn't think there was a daily loss limit. Let me double check. Maybe I overlooked that. Let's take a look. Oh, 2,400. Oh, on the 50K plan, it's 1,200. Oh, why was I thinking it was 2,400 was the 100K account? Yeah. Well, I have a 50K account. That would be why. Oh, okay. So the profit target is $2,500, 40% consistency. Gotcha. CHT files. What are CHT files for charting? Is it a trading view thing? Friends, what are those? No idea. It's been a while. Can I get a funded account? Yeah, you can go buy one. Or you can win one from the contest. You have to be here every day at 11 Eastern, and we can win in the drawing. I'll hook you guys up if you win. As always. Come on, Mark. Pull back a little bit. Let's get ourselves a good entry for the day. Along the market and maybe keep pressing long in my Tradeify funded accounts and just buy puts to hedge. I'm thinking if the market closes out a high today, I might buy some weekly puts for Friday just to hedge and then just continue longing the market so I can basically win whichever way it goes. Maybe put like 5 grand or 10 grand in some puts just to ward off any potential bad news and then just keep long in the market. Oh, chart files are on CO chart. Not sure if we work with your platform. Oh, yeah. So we don't import anything from other platforms. No compatibility there. I'm sorry. And we wish we had some kind of momentum today. Snooze fest. Today's boring. I'm bored. I'd rather be at the pool, man. Hold on. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. All right, so gotta clean all my glasses here. This cloth needs to be washed. I think that's why. Smudgy, smudgy. I got another one here. No, pull back. That'd be nice to pull back to a nice level. That would be. Bum, 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 bum. Want to hit some key levels today, baby. Be nice. Nasdaq trying to make a run for it. Yeah, breaking MHP 2 times in a row would be rare. So I'm testing out the FundedNext with a 50K account. I thought I got 100K, but I got the 50K instead. I have a 50K account, profit target 25, daily loss 12, maximum EOD $2,500. Does Rocket Scooter require a separate data feed? It doesn't require it. It just is helpful if you want the real-time data. It needs it for the power of the other indicators, though. The resiliences and such. You need the data to power that. Yeah, I feel like this is the way the market feels. To me, it feels like this is the end of the rally. Like, it's not going to sell off from here, but I think this is the end of the momentum. So I'm really happy that I sold out of my calls when I did. And probably today I'm going to close out of my runner. I don't think I'm going to get to my target by the 16th, to be honest. Unless we get some spectacular news from the Fed or something changes, I really don't think I'm going to get 505 or 510 on or 510 on. Wait, sorry. 505 QQQ on 516 day. I don't think I'm going to get it. I'm more likely to want to keep longing the market in my futures account and buying puts just to sit on weekly puts to hedge in case the market crashes out. It's data, not data. Well, it's data, not data. A bit too aggressive too soon, maybe. Like, just basically, like, just to put a couple $1,000 down in case the market plunges on bad news. Not that the market's going to naturally sell off, because it won't. But basically keep longing the market, like longing in case a random Trump tweet comes out this week or next. It's like, you know, fuck you, China. We're back at trade war. The market just nosedives 5% for a day or 3% for a day. That's what I would be kind of like wanting to have some weeklies on. Even if I put $2,500 per week to hedge, one bad news day would give me 500% on those, you know, on those options. That way, if I knock out some of my long accounts by just getting squeezed, at least I had some protection somewhere else. But I mean, looks like we got a little bit of half gap pullback here. Looking nice, looking nice. Yeah, long dated farther calls. You're exactly right. Like that's kind of what I was originally betting on that. Like I had, you guys know my options position, right, JTR? Back on April the 10th, when the market took that big up day, Trump spoke and the market went up 10%, then went down 6% that day. I bought calls that were 5 weeks out on QQQ, and I cashed out with 100% gain, but I don't think I'm going to get any more on them because the theta burn is just too rich compared to the delta I'm not getting. And that was my strategy then. My strategy now is still the same, is that Trump and China are going to work out their deal at some point. It's just the timing is not as quick as I thought it was going to be. They've been talking back and forth, and the buzz right now is talks really haven't started. We don't know if we're going to talk anytime soon. So it's like the good news is more far and far between. So timing this is going to be hard. You need long dated calls, like you said. 100% agree. Yeah, like months at a time. Sometime this year they're going to work it out. My hope was that we were going to get some kind of, in the middle of the panic, Trump's like, okay, we'll work it out. And that's what happened last go around in the first term. Same shit. In the middle of the panic, they're like, okay, we kind of fold. It's good. We're not going to do it anymore. And the market just is like, back up to like the European market. Somebody's talking about the DAX today. It's all-time highs again. Once Trump lifted that tariff threat off the table, the stock market, that's the only bad news there is around the globe. Stock market's back at all-time highs, and that's kind of what I'm betting on too. But ours will be a little bit slower, I think. I think I'm going to get the timing wrong by thinking it's anytime in May. So I think you're right, Eric. It might be even further. Yeah, FOMC Wednesday, interest rates should be baked in already. I agree. I don't think we're going to get a change on Wednesday. I think we might get a reaction from the market, though. The market's looking for a reason to move. And even with no change and no news, the market might surprise us by selling off for a day or so. Give us a nice little entry dip to buy. I'd be nice to see that, The yields are picking up steam again? Yeah. Yeah, as people are leaving the bond market and jumping into equities market in the middle of this rush, you're going to see yields go up in bonds. It's pretty normal whenever there's a lack of demand for bonds. We had the 30-year auction this week. That might cause some movement, but yeah. This just needs a rush back to equities. People are like, screw the fixed income. Let's jump back in the stock market. And that always causes the yields to go up. Pretty normal when you're rotating back into equities. The fear is just dissipating. That VIX is just dying out. There's really no fear right now in the market. I don't even see Wall Street like betting in a potential falling apart of the trade deal. I think Wall Street is basically 100% convinced that there will be no further trade war in the next 30 days because the VIX is in absolute decay. There's not even like a hint of volatility. It's insane how much the market has just has no faith in Trump persisting with this trade war. Like he's just going to fold within a month. And that's what VIX is telling you. VIX looks a month out. Like he's gonna fold this month, you know? Later life with 12 dogs. Really? Life with 12 dogs. That's incredible. That actually sounds like a TV show that I would watch. That is something you do. That sounds awesome. Trump is still supposed to announce the tariff for pharmaceutical and chips. Yeah, like these kind of things are still lingering. VVIX below 90. Yeah, like a dumped VVIX would be nice. There are light bets across the board, both in the VIX and in the S&P. So people are like sporadically jumping into both sides of the VIX, kind of keeping that VVIX high. But other than that, there's no consistent volume decaying the VIX lower, so it's not bringing VVIX down. It's just sporadically in decay. Like the VIX has been slowly decaying. It hasn't like just dropped like a rock. What day did we sell off? Wednesday? Oh yeah, on GDP day. That's right. We dumped and then we rallied on GDP day. Trump totally folded on the China trade fight. Yeah, he's not going to get anywhere with it. He folded last time. Big giant bluff. China's not going to play his game, and he's not going to play theirs, and they're just going to both call it off. But they're both going to buy the dip before they call it off. You know what I mean? I feel like they both just do this to make money. You know, they probably secretly play golf together and they're friends, you know. You missed the time when VIX was chilling at 13 all day, every day? Hell yeah. Oh man, some of those 2018, 2017 market, 2019 market. Oh, I miss those days too. I'm a much better trader now than I was back then. I long for those days, man. That clean market comes back. Woo, boy, I won't disappear on you guys. I'll become super rich and then just kind of like sayonara. See me at VIX 19 market again. VIX 15, 13. That'd be awesome. You missed the days of 100-point candles. Shut up, Benny. No, you don't. You're glad that they're gone. Don't ever bring those back again. Never. My blood pressure's already high enough. Didn't make money in GME? No, never once. I never owned a single share. But the excitement. I do miss some excitement, yeah. But my trading account is so lucky that it made it through these days without completely dying. So I got lucky. Elite Trader says, it seems the big buyers are engineering a break as they sell icebergs, so letting sellers print contracts they push out, they have liquidity. You're just seeing it like short squeezing on. There's no bad news to bring this market down. Economic data is good. So shorts are just slowly getting out of the way, which is pushing the market up. I wouldn't say there's a lot of new longs from here, but a moderate amount of new longs. You can see that reflected in the COT report. There are some new longs, but it's not as much as we like it to be, right? We like to see a big switch in, you know, position size. And this little green line right here is the asset manager long side. It's relatively flat. We've gone from 813 to 811 to 1113 to 29,000. So the long is getting slightly more long, but man, it is not a wave. It is just like a little bit. We're mostly seeing, you know, some waves of short covering, and it's still not a lot either. It's extremely like low shift in position. The COT is so flat, which is weird. Hey, what's up? 20 bucks donation. Thanks, buddy. All right. Well, you guys know what to do. Somebody gets another free class to the boot camp. All right, type in free class. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Another donation. Super exciting, and I really love it. Type in free class if you're not a member. Get access to the free boot camp for you, free. 20 bucks for everyone else. By far the most substantial trading education you'll ever have, and that's a promise. I told people after 3 days, if you don't like it, you can ask for a refund, and nobody's ever asked for a refund, so. Find me another $20 trading class out there, you buy it, okay? Don't even ask, just buy it. Yeah, thank you so much for the donation, man. Really appreciate it. And I said everybody that buys one, all match. Okay. So we're gonna do 2. I'm gonna spin the wheel. 2 drawings. Victor! Who? What a moment to be alive. What a moment. We never thought it was possible. Watch him not be here. No, he's here. This has got to go down in Rock Theater history, guys. We never thought this day would come. It happened. It happened. Let's go. One more. All right, we'll do 2 more drawings. That's hilarious. A little bit of pullback pressure here. All right, we'll do 2 more drawings. Congratulations, Victor. All right. Yeah. No more moderator. Equipo Andres. Winner number 2. So I'll donate 2 since Tayo donated 2. So Andres got to say something in chat to win. Victor the winner. Neto, congrats. And one more. Those of you guys that won, go to our Discord. Message our admin. His name is Slacks. And tell him that you won the class on today's stream. Take a picture of your YouTube channel. There's one more we're going to give out. Take a picture of your YouTube. And the top, like log into your YouTube account. Top left, screen cap the corner that shows your username. And then send that to Slacks and be like, I won the class today. We got one more to give away. Congrats. So you get free 20 days boot camp. It's 4 p.m. Eastern every day, starting next Monday. Jamie, yep, congratulations. And then you can just attend all the classes. And by far is going to be one of the coolest things you ever do. If you're looking to be a day trader, we will train you from scratch for free. Congrats. Way to go, Jamie. Good job. So the 4 of you, congrats that won. Message Slacks, S-L-A-C-K-S, in our Discord. Send him that photo and then tell him you won the free class and then congrats. Yeah, just send him a message and be like, I won the class today on the stream. 4 winners today. Everybody that donates one, I'll buy one for you as well. So I'll pay your $20 for the 4 of you. Neto, Jamie, Andres, and Victor Armad. Congrats, guys. Welcome to the family. It's fun. You guys, I promise you guys are gonna love it. The boot camp is a very cool program. A little bit of pullback pressure. I still want to see the market pull back to half cap, but I don't think we're getting it. S&Ps. Well, shit, let's give out 2 more. Well, all right. Keep typing. Thank you, K-Spec. Really, thank you, guys. Okay. Good deal. Thanks, buddy. Okay, 2 more. So I'm donating $60 to Rocket Scooter as well. So I'll do 1 for 1. MK, congratulations. Type something in chat. Congrats. Usually our giveaways have cooler music, but I'm being lazy today, so. Jamie, you win a second time. We have to draw someone else's name. But look at that, Jamie. Today's your lucky day. You need to get your butt to Vegas and start throwing some money on red. Just kind of roll the dice there. Definitely a sign. This is like your day. You need to like, this is your day that you're supposed to do something and it's going to work. Whatever it is going to work. Congrats, you guys. Can't wait for next Monday. Yep, be fun to start all over. And it's good to see the boot camp from the point of view of a bull market. Last time we went through it, like the last 4 times has been a bear market since December, January, February, March, April. 5 times. And now this is the time we get to go through it. And it being a bull market. Hey, Simon, congratulations. You're our last winner today. Congrats. This is not your trading day, though. LOL. That's okay, though. That's okay. That's okay. Maybe the boot camp will help you with that. Making some different decisions. No, I'm just kidding. But today's a kind of a BS, boring trading day. Oh. Notice here on the 1 minute. Is that better than the 5 minute? So, Luau, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what candle, because I don't use candles anymore. It's mostly resilience. I look at the number in real time, not necessarily the chart. I just kind of take snapshots of where it is. The 1 minute's the best granularity you can get on a candle chart with us. This resilience chart is a zoomed in version that updates every 2 seconds. So the side charts, if you want to see what it really ticks as, every 2 seconds you get an update here. Did Simon say anything? Did Simon type anything? I don't think he did. Didn't count. He didn't make the list. Okay, one more person. Neto wins again. Dude, everybody's winning twice today. Well, maybe it's because the end of the stream and most people are already members and there's not enough on the list. Neto, you and Jamie need to book a trip to Vegas right now. One of you is going to make $1 million today on a slot machine. And Victor wins. This is just the weirdest day ever. Victor wins and we had 2 two-time winners. Like, this is the world's luckiest day. Okay. You just bought boots today? No, you need your boots for stomping. For stomping the market. So we gotta do another drawing, Neto. Okay, one more time. Dang, y'all. If Simon wins again, I just give up. Justin Kennedy. Okay. Finally, a winner who hasn't won yet. Sorry, Sherrod. I know you were wanting to win. The end is here. This is a doomsday sign. Watch out. Good job, Justin. Okay, so everybody here, Justin, Jamie, Neto, all you guys, send Slacks, S-L-A-C-K-S, a message. Take a screenshot of the top left of your YouTube that shows your username. Like, log into your YouTube channel, go to the top left, screen cap that, say, hey, this is me. I'm the person from chat, and you need to message him within the hour. Because we've had people scamming our contests. It's been crazy, believe it or not. Your new one's still here? Is your name not sure because of Idiocracy the movie? Because if so, that's really awesome. Slacks, S-L-A-C-K-S, yeah. The monthly maps, yeah, let's do it today. Your name is not sure. You know, IDoc still hasn't seen that movie yet. I'm gonna make her watch it. Secretary not sure. You are an unfit parent. Carl's Jr. is now custodian of your children. Carl's Jr., fuck you. I'm hungry. Bull side, we're trading in a bull zone right now, which is bullish for equities. Spies in a bull zone, so it's bullish for SPY, sorry. The bull side is sloping down, which means the bull's strengthening. There's like more and more longs in the money as time goes by, or more and more calls in the money as time goes by. And then there are fewer puts in the money as time goes by, so the bears are weakening. So this is a twofold bull market. Everything's bullish on the monthly maps. It doesn't get much better than that. Mr. Beast. Look, guys, Mr. Beast is here. Typing in the word Slack 1,000 times. Slacks doesn't get you anything. Now, if you type his name here, he's not like Beetlejuice. You're going to summon him. He's going to give you every class. You gotta spin the wheel and your name's got to win. It has electrolytes. Oh yeah, it's what plants crave. Big gaps between bull and bear zones means higher volatility. That is correct. Not necessarily really high volatility, but relationship to previous days, higher volatility. So like relative to its own self. Some amount of possible volatility, but not crazy amounts. It's 400 to 500 is substantial, but it's also, you know, with earnings season in here, and this is going to be around monthly expiration as well. So not crazy, but not terrible. You expect a little bit of volatility in a bear market rally that's kind of shifting towards bullishness, and QQQ has like the same thing. We still have some resistances building up in QQQ around the 515, 520 level, and still have illiquidity pockets. It's a little more volatile in QQQ on the tech side. It's not as clean, even though you have a bull side and bear side slope down, which is also strong for the bull market. You still just have extended volatility. So these like illiquidity pockets, when it does this, it basically means you have that kind of choppiness in the range. So QQQ can have some pretty good support right about this 460 level and a really solid resistance at 520. So we're probably ranged until expiration, which was another reason that kind of got me into closing my calls last week as well, because QQQ still doesn't have a free path up. This right here is strong resistance in this zone up until expiration. So it'd be hard pressed to think that we do rally straight up without changing news. All things being considered, the market's just going to mosey up over 2 weeks. And that's why I kind of closed out my options. I'll give you $100 if you do 2 push-ups. I'll do 2 push-ups for free, bro. Come on. You want to see that? Come on, one-handed. That's 5. My workout. All right. You don't have to send me money. I just need to work out for a little bit. Get something going. Get my blood pumping. I've been sitting still for too long today. You like that? What? Did y'all see the new lights that I put up in the office over here? Have you seen the new rocket scooter sign right here? It's pretty nice, right? If you go beyond that sign, the swimming pool is that way. No, over there. Over there. I gotta get the refill on the Brondo. Exactly. Hi, Doc. Are we working out today? Are we going to sweat? Where are we going? You gonna work out today? The show off is real. LOL. Hey man, I lost like 8 pounds this month. Or last 2 months. I've been severely I've been trying to trim down for the summer. So it's working pretty well. It was so crazy how easy it is to lose weight when you stop drinking sodas and eating candy and shit. Go figure. I got pretty bad when I got sick around December. You guys remember I was sick for like 2 months? And I got like in a habit of just slamming down like Starries and 7-Ups. And then I started buying them just leisurely. Like I'd be like, oh, I'm thirsty. Let me drink a 7-Up. I packed on some LBs pretty damn quick. Oh yeah, dude, for our Memorial Day party. That's right. I gotta slim up. Keep those gurus in their holsters. I'm gonna hurt someone. I know. Keep these, are these guns? Yeah. I got Smith. I got Wesson. What's up? What's up? It was the pineapple juice too. Oh yeah, I was drinking a lot of pineapple juice. Liquid calories are the worst. Yeah, that was actually the worst. I was drinking a lot too, and drinking a lot of coffee. I was basically just like, you know, I'm like a health kick now, so I'm doing a lot better. That's for like longevity of a life though. Like I'm trying not to die early. That's the whole point. I'm not just trying to look sexy. I'm trying to like live. Doctors all like saying like you got high cholesterol and high blood pressure. I'm like, well, shit, that doesn't sound good. I'm like, that's okay. I'm good. You know. What do you do with your days? Well, I get cranked up on Adderall and coffee, and I trade for half the day and play Call of Duty for the other half. And they're like, you probably should do something different than those things. That doesn't sound too healthy. It's like, all right, fine. I used to work out a whole lot, but I didn't since the last like 6 months. I was kind of lazy about it. Now I'm like going out every day again in the gym on daily. Just eat 20 eggs a day. I mean, that's actually really healthy. Eat a bunch of eggs. You think it's the trading, not your diet? Probably the trading. My labs are probably great now. I would hope so. Yeah. Doctor's like, your blood pressure is really high. I don't know if we should continue to prescribe you Adderall. I was like, I kind of don't care. I get perfect headshots in Call of Duty when I'm on Adderall. I need it. I'm just kidding. No, seriously though, they were concerned with my blood pressure being so high a couple years ago. I had it was my highest peak was like 230 or something like that, over 140, like literally stroke level blood pressure. And it's all genetic. It's not really stress or anything. And dude, my brother had high blood pressure since he was 20, and he was on blood pressure meds in college. And I guess I always just lived with it being high and never really noticed that it was bad. I didn't realize I've been suffering all my life until I got on BP meds. And for the first time ever, I'm like, damn, I feel like healthy for some reason. There's a huge difference. Yeah, for real, Eric, for real. We saw the one-handed push-ups, so what about the pistol squats? Man, I'm gonna be sore by the end of the stream. Verdance is back. I know. I know. I've been so busy like working and then playing Elden Ring when I had some time. I haven't even played COD and like since they brought the new map, they brought the map back. What's going on with this market today? Nowhere, going nowhere, sitting pretty. I saw that on Steam the other day, the Expedition 33. It's a turn-based role-playing game. It looked kind of cool. I like those old turn-based games. Like JRPG style. Boring markets. Nasdaq pushing the highs again for the day, session highs. This market is not going to come around, and it's not moving anywhere but up. But I'm not getting any good entry points to long this either. I was waiting for half gap and to get close to it. Do I look at flow? Well, that's what I don't look at the actual flow as it comes in, but that's what we're kind of explaining. We're doing flow prediction here, which is what I do. But I don't watch like unusual whales or anything like that. But people say it's useful. It pairs up very well with our stuff. MQ, MHP, not a good entry. I only short off of MHP if the monthly resilience is greater than or less than 0. And so as we're approaching these levels, you see some of the stocks are actually losing their MHP levels, and we're just squeezing higher. So it's not a trustworthy rally, and resilience is getting slightly less and less. Even though it's greater than 0, it's not bearish. It just means that this move, this index squeeze, is contradicting some of the stocks pulling back. Like big positions on flow. I don't. It'd probably be useful if I did, but I don't. Market is not going to move today. Breaking MHP would be rare to continue to break and keep going, but we'll see. I'm still chilling, like waiting for the same thing I've been waiting for all morning. I don't think I'm going to get a good play though today. I think we're kind of like landlocked in this higher area. Let me grab my little measurement tool here. Nasdaq's trying to make an attempt to fill the gap, but I don't know if we're going to hit it today. But it's pretty nice to see the market still maintaining its bullishness. This right here is a sign that the market is likely not going to sell off today. This little squeeze up higher. It's a really good sign. So I don't know if I'm going to get another long pivot to trade off of. I might just call it a day. It is time to call it a day, I think. Thanks for staying in here to the stream, you guys. This is 400 viewers all the way till the end. This is really, 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 really awesome. We peaked at over 600 viewers today, 605. Glad to see you guys join the Rocket Seeder family and also staying here with us. I'm going to get out of here, though. And we'll see you guys in a little bit. At 4 o'clock Eastern when the market closes, we'll do our bootcamp class. The bootcamp you guys won starts on Monday, but we're at the last week of the last bootcamp, so just chilling. All right, I'm out. Good job, guys. Congrats, Victor.